All right. We should be up any second now, and we will be starting shortly. Just trying to do a quick update, make sure everything's on streaming across all channels, and we will be with you in just a moment. Come on. 1 second here. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is October 23rd. We are just about 2 weeks away from, well, the next election. It's going to be quite interesting. And of course, it will have an impact all around the world. And a lot of people are wondering, where is the October surprise? Where is that sudden and amazing breaking news that always seems to happen in an election year right about this time? Something that will affect the election and change the way that we look at the world. And everyone's waiting for this, but I think it's already happened. I think it's something that's already affecting the world and affecting all of us. It's going to affect the elections. But not everyone agrees on that. We're going to talk about that, and I want to see what you have to say about it. I'm updating the stream as we speak, so bear with me for a second. But folks, and I already see that we have our first comment with us. I want everyone to know, you too can comment on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You can get in touch with us at calling in at 607-242-1582. Our phone lines are live to hear what you have to say from anywhere in the world. We always like to emphasize that we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech. No matter where you are in the world, no matter what your government may think, no matter what the internet overlords may think, we want to hear your voices because you are an individual, you matter, and your voice matters, just like your vote. So we do hope to hear more of that very, very soon. We're going to be talking, and I wanted to say hello to Jan, one of the first to speak with us. And we're going to be talking, and at any point, you always can call in or you can leave a comment like Jan has to tell us what you think are the important issues that we should be speaking about. Now, I think there's a few things that are very important that we should be talking on. And we always like to start off internationally and then come back to the United States. Domestically, these things are all tied together. One of the big things that I don't think anyone's talking about, Iran, of course, is very important. International policy is important to the United States. And we see that Iran, which has been has been negotiating with the United States on the Iran nuclear deal. It is a big deal. It is something that the Biden-Harris administration have been trying to do since January 20th of 2021. From the moment that he got into office, they have been trying to renegotiate the deal from the Obama era that increased global terror around the world, according to then Secretary John Kerry. And they have been trying to push that forward. But recently, over the last month, we have seen that Iran has been fighting with itself. There have been protests in Iran because the Iranian government killed a 22-year-old young woman because she dared to allow men to see her hair. She did not wear the hijab, the head covering in Iran that is required of women, and she decided not to do that. She was taken away, put into a re-education, modesty training camp, as they call it, and she died, beaten to death. And that has sparked a lot of protests, a lot of international controversy, because it's the controversy of the moment. And the United States, of course, has been standing with those young women. Not that it's had any impact at this time. But because the United States has been standing by those women, because America has been encouraging women to be able to drive, to be able to get a job, to not have their head covered at all times in Iran, Iran wants to sue the United States. I don't know if you heard about this. It just came out today, the October 23rd, that Iran is now planning to sue the United States because we dared to say that women have a right to read, to go to school, to work, and to be able to wear to not wear a head covering. This is amazing to me. I am shocked by this. I don't know that a lot of people are paying attention to that. And Iran has said it's because the United States has been paying attention to this and speaking about this, because women in the United States are standing up for women around the world, in particular in Iran. Iran is saying they're going to sue us. Now, we don't know where they're going to sue us or how they would try and sue us, but they're saying they want to do that. And they also want to sue the BBC Persian network, as well as Iran International, who have been all saying that women have a right, that women's rights are real. Jan mentions that it sounds like the Democrats can define what a woman is, except here in the United States. Yeah, and that's very true. I mean, the same Democrats, the same feminists that tell you what is a woman, they say it's the opposite of a man. What is a man? And the opposite of a woman. The same individuals that say that you can chop off your genitals at 8 are the same people who are saying that in Iran, a woman is defined very clearly and that women have rights. Well, this is interesting. Hello, hot chicks. I'm glad that you're here with us as well. But I find it interesting. I want to hear what the other women have to say. Isn't it somewhat interesting that the United States is spending millions, tens of millions of dollars in Pakistan and Iran, around the world, trying to encourage those countries to recognize women, but in the United States, they're spending even more money to try and recognize the fact that there is no gender and that women are the same and equal to men. It's very interesting to me, and it doesn't seem to make sense, which is, very, very confusing to follow this logic that comes from the progressives. They want women to be a thing, but yet in the United States, women don't exist because you're equal. There is no gender. Gender is fluid. It's amazing to me. It doesn't make sense. But I find it interesting that we are seeing that. And what is Joe Biden doing about Iran? Joe Biden has thrown his support behind demonstrators, promising costs on perpetrators of violence against peaceful protesters, and saying the U.S. stands with brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights. Okay, peaceful protests? Remember, peaceful protests in the United States meant the Chaz, that they had autonomous zones across the United States that stole property, that held American citizens hostage, that violated every single law at the local, state, and federal level. I can understand why some countries may hear the United States, Joe Biden, the Democratic and progressive parties of the United States saying, oh, we want peaceful protests. When the last time we saw peaceful protests, like in Minneapolis, it cost over $2 billion. That it wound up burning down cities. So I can understand why they might be a little deterred by the term peaceful protest. It doesn't seem to have the same connotation in the United States as it does everywhere else in the world. And they might be a little bit afraid that the connotation of the United States that resulted in riots and burnt cities and dozens of individuals killed may spread elsewhere in the world. Now, that doesn't mean we don't stand for the Iranian women. We do believe that women have a right to go out to work, to be able to read, to be able to study in schools, that they don't have to wear a hijab. Now, the hijab is a religious belief, and if you believe that, that's part of your religion, fantastic. It's not part of mine. And I believe that women who aren't particularly religious, don't have that same religious conviction, can go around without wearing a head covering if they choose to. That's my belief. Now, someone else may have a different belief, but I think that should be fair and obvious. That should be something around the world. But it gets really complicated because it never stops there. Progressives never stop with a win. It's not enough. We have seen that in the United States. It's never enough, which is part of the reason, I believe, that we see in the Middle East and many other nations around the world where they say, no, we understand what America's saying, but you guys never stop. The progressive movement never ends. There's always more. They always have to take more, and they always need more power. And I believe that's part of the problem that women are facing around the world. It's the example here in the United States of feminism, where we see the third, fifth wave feminism. We see what's happening here in the United States with intersectionality. It never ends because there's always more you must give. There's always another victim. There's always another villain. And so it's a process that just breaks down your society as it's happening here in the United States. Because once you start going down that progressive path, it's not long before you have two moms, two dads, you have people who identify as toasters. That's a problem. And that's a problem that's affecting women around the world. The United States, for all of its promotion of feminism and women, is destroying its own movement and making it harder for women around the world, I believe. You may tell me, Mike, but that's not the way it's working around the world. I have to say, no, everyone's paying attention to America. We are the leaders. We are the example. And the example we have in America is gender fluid, 8-year-olds chopping off their genitals, and there is no gender. That's not going to be accepted around the world. And if that is the ultimate, and if the world is seeing that as being the ultimate end, that once you let women read and write and go to work, well, then you won't have women anymore. No one knows what the definition of a man or a woman is, and 8-year-olds chop off their genitals. See, that's the problem, because it never ends. There's always another victim. There's always another villain. There's always more power that they can take away from you. Now, if you think I've misunderstood that, if you think that doesn't make sense, please let me understand. Tell me what you think about that. But I think those things are connected. I think that's what the rest of the world is seeing. And I think that the progressives are making it worse for the rest of the world, and they are impeding women around the world from getting more freedom. Because if you follow the progressive ideology, you get less freedom, not more. You have more damage to your society, not less. That's what I believe, but you may tell me I'm wrong. But that's what's happening in Iran right now. Hey, user has been banned. Also, good to see you here with us. I'm looking forward to everyone's thoughts. Please, if you think I'm wrong about anything, this channel is open to hear your voices. If you disagree, let me know. Jan says that feminist no longer stands for what it was created for. As usual, it has been taken over by people who have turned it political. You know, I agree with that. I think that the progressive movement, which is a movement that believes in destroying the United States Constitution and becoming more socialist and therefore communist, do not believe in freedom. They believe in everyone kowtowing to their ideals, to their feelings. And we've seen that in his morph. And we've seen that with look at every movement on the left that you can see, and it all goes down that same path. It's very troubling. Now, at the same time, we have to, since we're talking about women, we're talking overseas, I do want to mention that Liz Truss has made history. Liz Truss is the current Prime Minister of England, and she has the dubious title. She has made history in being the shortest term of a Prime Minister in England ever. She's history making because she completely failed. This is an example of virtue signaling. Again, when you adopt the ideology of the progressive left, it always results in failure, sometimes very quickly, sometimes long term. And the world is seeing this example. Liz Truss was elected as Prime Minister of England in part because it was virtue signaling, because she wanted to have an all-woman cabinet, not because they were the best people, but because they were just women. Because being a woman is a commodity, at least if you define yourself as a woman. If a biologist can identify you as a woman, if gender is fluid in the right way at the right moment, you are a woman. And she filled her cabinet with many, many women, some of them qualified, some of them not, and they have completely failed England. They have failed the United Kingdom. They have resulted in destroying the economy. almost faster than Joe Biden was able to destroy the United States economy. They turned the British economy into a tailspin as they are in a recession that is targeting 18% inflation at this moment. That's crazy. They're looking at 18% before the end of 2022. There will be 18% inflation in the United Kingdom, according to the Bank of England. They are in a recession as we speak, which, by the way, means the United States is in a recession as well. And Liz Truss made it worse. She did the same. Her same virtue signaling, her appeal to the far left, the same as Joe Biden's, has resulted in a collapse of their economy and more problems for their country, not less. They had less qualified individuals who were less able to handle the issues that were facing their nation and the international politics, and they completely failed. All confidence was removed, just as there is no real confidence in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at this moment, internationally or domestically. And as a result, we see that Liz Truss is on her way out, and Boris Johnson, the man who was removed from England because he had too much of a party time during the 2020 lockdowns, that Boris Johnson is about to come back as prime minister. Is that amazing? Jen mentions people I know in the UK knew she wouldn't last, but they were very concerned about who will be placed next. User Has Been Banned mentions there is a contest in the West on who can destroy their nations the fastest. Yeah, this seems to be a battle to the bottom, a race to the bottom in many of these Western nations that have been taking on the progressive virtue signaling ideology. Just putting people in place because, well, you're a woman of color, you're a woman, you identify as a toaster. They're just filling these spots with the least qualified or less qualified individuals to look good and fail. This is the ultimate expression of feelings over facts. They feel like they did something. They feel good about what they did. They factually made the problem worse. And that's why we shouldn't follow progressive ideology in the United States. It is a race to the bottom. It is failure incarnate. That is what I believe, and that is every example we have seen around the world. The more you virtue signal, the more that you try to chase the progressive dragon, you run around chasing your own tail, going worse, further and further down in the vortex. That is just what we tend to see. If you disagree with me, 607-242-1582, the phone line is on. You can call in and tell me why. Please give me the facts where this has not been the case. Because everywhere in the world that we see progressive ideology taking hold, we have seen them fail. Look at Venezuela, the most recent, of a nation, the most recent example we can point to. Socialism and progressive ideology took hold, and that is a hellhole now. Everyone is racing out. The largest number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States right now are Venezuelans who have escaped that hellhole and are racing away because they don't want to eat zoo animals, they don't want to eat garbage out of garbage bins, and they're afraid that their own government is going to kill them, as they have been doing. That's socialism. That's progressivism. It always leads to that same outcome everywhere in the world. It's just common. Now, User Has Been Banned says maybe they should put James Cameron in charge so he can raise the bar back up again, which is a South Park reference. I don't know that reference for South Park. But maybe they do. It's just amazing to me. But I think it's important that we understand, we always said, Liz Truss, Sunak, these are individuals that should not run England. Our choice in particular was Kemi Badenoch. See, we do follow international politics, and we believe that Kemi Badenoch is one of the best choices for the United Kingdom, not just because she isn't virtue signaling, not only because she isn't a progressive, but because the relations in the United States would be much improved. because she isn't looking to see America virtue signal. She's looking for America's effectiveness. She wants the United Kingdom to be effective. She wants the EU, the European Union, to be effective. She is looking for results, not virtue signaling, and she has rejected that progressive ideology every step of the way. I think she would be impressive. I think she is a great example. And she happens to be a first-generation migrant, a child of migrants in the United Kingdom, an example of what happens when you don't virtue signal and you actually embrace the nation you are in and you actually take advantage of the first world capabilities that are there before you. That's my thought. And I think that would be very good for the United States to look at a progressive, and we know there is a progressive movement in Europe. I mean, look at Italy, look at Sweden. We're seeing this around the world. Chile. We are seeing around the world that nations have recognized being progressive is a problem. That the more you virtue signal, the more you fail. Get woke, go broke isn't just for companies, it's for nations as well. And the more that we have seen that, the more we have seen countries move away from that, slowly but steadily, because it is a policy of failure. That is what I believe. And I think it's important that we talk about that as we get closer to the 2022 midterm election. That more and more Americans, in every single poll that is being done, is showing us Americans are rejecting all of the forms of this progressive ideology, of this race to the bottom that has failed them. I mean, the Biden-Harris administration have nothing to point to. Literally, there is nothing that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris can point to and say there has been a success. Under their guidance, in the last 20 months, we have seen everything in the United States do a 180-degree turnaround, and we are looking at failure en masse. We have returned to basically to the Obama 2.0. We have taken the Obama policies and turned them up to 11, and we have watched our nation suffer because of it. Whether it's energy policies, whether it's international respect, whether it's domestically with just everything, crime, you name it. What has improved? Inflation or recession? There is nothing they can point to. Our open border? Everything has shown us that the more you virtue signal, the more you adopt progressive ideology, the more your nation will fail, as we have seen in every nation around the world, the former Soviet Union, China, North Korea, Cuba, now looking at Venezuela. Every example at any point in time in history that has taken on these progressive ideals has failed. And it is only a matter of time on how quickly they fail. That's it. Either they become absolutely a dictatorship, like in China, or they just fall apart, like in Venezuela. But even in the Soviet Union, which lasted for 75 years, it eventually failed. They all do. Just because they haven't failed yet, like in China, doesn't mean it won't fail. It's just a matter of time. And we know that President Xi Jinping of China has been reelected by the Communist Party to continue his form of communism, which means the threat to Taiwan, to Japan, to South Korea will continue. Let's be clear. The threat to Southeast Asia is as real today as it has been at any point, and it is going to get worse, which means that affects the United States. And they know that under the Biden-Harris administration, America cannot support itself, neither by energy nor manufacturing, because Biden believes that Obama was right, that America is a service economy and we don't manufacture things in America. And they are not improving the manufacturing in America. America cannot be self-reliant anymore, not under their progressive ideology, which means that China holds over the heads of America all of our supply chain. They're making our goods predominantly, and they're selling them to us. And if they slow down, that hurts America. This is economic warfare. This is the new form of war we are seeing around the world, economic warfare, where China knows they have America over a barrel. They just make less stuff, take longer to send it to us, and we will fall into a deeper and deeper recession. We cannot live without them. That is a problem. And when you have a weak leader like Joe Biden, who doesn't know what he's saying, that the White House is constantly coming out and rephrasing and restating things that Joe Biden has said, well, that's weak leadership. That's not leadership. And China is taking advantage of it at every step. And President Xi of China is still in charge, which means for the next 5 years, he's going to step all over the Democrats every opportunity he gets. And they have given him many, many opportunities, which may be a reason why we should move away from this progressive ideology for for the November 2022 elections. That's what I think. Again, if I'm wrong, let me know, because I'm looking to hear what you have to say about these things. Are these things connected? I think they are. When they see that America is more worried about having a military that is filled with the children of two moms, two dads, warm and fuzzy, we feel good, kumbaya, you got to remember my pronouns, and we are seeing that the American military cannot fill its targets. Our military is shrinking, just like our police are shrinking. We are less capable of national defense, just as we are less capable of domestic defense. We cannot protect our cities, and we are quickly losing the ability to protect our nation, because progressive ideology does not spur that. There is nothing patriotic about being progressive. Progressives don't encourage police. They want to redefine and reimagine the police. They want to redefine and reimagine our military. They want to be warm and fuzzy. And remember, and use pronouns. That's more important than actually protecting the values of this nation, values they don't share. And if you think I'm wrong, just ask the Democratic Socialists of America what they think the values of America are. They will not point to the Constitution. They will point to the UN. They will point to human rights, something that was created by a committee that has no power, that has no value in the American system, and has not done anything to benefit the world without the absolute support of the United States. They want to change everything. They want to get rid of the Constitution and put in their set of rules that they like, that they support, that will be beneficial to their political ideology. You don't have to believe me. Talk to the Democratic Socialists of America. Ask Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. When she's not busy selling out her own values, selling out her own party, as she has been called out for at town halls, as we were talking about last week on this very program, when she's not busy being called out by her own constituents for being a sellout, and she is a sellout, then what do we see? They say that they have to destroy everything to rebuild it, to reimagine it. It's terrifying. But let's continue with the overseas. Let's finish up with overseas a little bit, because there was one other story I thought was kind of interesting. Did you guys hear about the scientists who decided that they were going to glue themselves to Volkswagen, to the Porsche dealership, and they glued themselves to the floor? And these are geniuses, these are scientists, the smart people. They glued themselves to the floor, and Volkswagen said, okay, protest. See you tomorrow. I'm going home. Turned off the lights, turned off the electricity, and what? And left them there. The best answer you could possibly have. And this is an example we should see around the world, whether it's in the Louvre, in Paris, whether it's here in the Smithsonian, in America, or anywhere else. When we see these protesters in the United States gluing themselves to Starbucks or to anywhere else, Leave them. Don't feed them. Don't give them anything. Leave them. This is their protest. They wanted to stand there and they wanted to be, oh, I'm just going to glue myself in. By the way, you have to give me bathroom facilities. You have to give me food and water. You have to keep the lights on and keep the temperature warm for my protest. No, you don't have to do that. That is not a requirement of protest. At no point in time is anyone required to encourage or enable your protest. Yes, I do believe in protest, by the way. Jan says, I saw that they asked for poop bowls. Yes, they did. Because when Volkswagen said, you can protest, you want to protest? Fantastic. Have a great time. We don't have to help you. There is no requirement to allow you. Yes, you're allowed to peacefully protest, peacefully. And we can question whether or not gluing yourself to the Mona Lisa, gluing yourself to a car dealership or to a Starbucks, whether or not that's peaceful, that's one thing. But there is nothing that says, I have to help you. If I don't support your protest, I don't have to help you. No one should have to help you in the United States or anywhere else in the world. I support peaceful protest. Absolutely. That doesn't obligate anyone else to help me. They can't stop the protest. They cannot, if you are peacefully protesting, like standing outside with a sign, which is not interfering with anyone else's life. If I am standing here and I am making a protest, I am arguing a point, I have that right. Now, if I interfere with your life, which gluing yourself to the Mona Lisa, gluing yourself to a car dealership, gluing yourself to a Starbucks, that's interfering with someone's life and their business. That's different. That's not a peaceful protest. You have now impeded on someone else's rights and freedoms. There's a difference there. But you know what? What were they protesting? My boy asked, so what are they protesting? What the scientists were protesting is climate change. They don't like cars that use gasoline. They want everyone to use electric vehicles. They want you to use renewable energy. That doesn't work anywhere in the world. You know, the same renewable energy that in California meant that you couldn't charge your electric vehicle as they had blackouts because renewable energy doesn't work. The same renewable energy that has failed in Germany, which is why they are facing a winter with people freezing to death because wind and solar doesn't work. It doesn't work anywhere in the world. It never has. It never will. Don't believe me? Go and watch the documentary produced by Michael Moore, Planet of the Humans, and watch the left tell you how bad that is. Go to Obama's green energy czar, look up his TED talk, and listen to him tell you how green energy doesn't work. You need nuclear power. So that's what they're protesting, that you are able to use gas in your car. You are able to use coal and oil to create electricity so you can charge your electric vehicle and to heat your home. That's what these are the same people that in Switzerland were saying that if you heat your home during the winter too much, if you have your home too warm, you will be fined, if not thrown in jail. That was the proposal in Switzerland, that they were going to throw you in jail or fine you if you have your home too warm during the winter. By the way, how would they know? It means you have no privacy because the police would be able to come to your home and check the temperature in your house. That's the only way that the government can say your home is too warm. The only way they can find out is they have to come to your home, which means you have no privacy. This is what progressive ideology leads to. See, these are the consequences. Oh, well, green energy is good and you don't need to have your house really warm. How do you know if I have my house really warm unless you're in my house? Unless the government has to intrude on my privacy and to check the temperature. And they would have to do that on a regular basis. Then it's not just, oh, we're going to check it once. They would have to come back and check it over time to find out what temperature are you regularly keeping your house at. And that means they have to intrude your privacy, not just once, multiple times. You have no privacy. This is an assault on privacy. That was proposed in Switzerland. It's something they believe in, and we hear that in California on a regular basis. These ideas went from the United States around the rest of the world, and they are corrupting the world, which is why Sweden and Italy and Chile are rejecting progressivism. Why England has given us the greatest example of how progressivism doesn't work. It is a complete failure. So Mike Bowie has joined us, and by the way, thank you, Mike Bowie. Little Dipper has joined us, and it's always good to have you with us as well. Little Dipper says, there was a protest Stop Oil somewhere in the United Kingdom where some spoiled brats walked into a grocery store and proceeded to dump out jugs of milk on the floor. Yes, that is also part of the progressive movement. And yes, it was Stop Oil Now is the group, I believe, inspired by the autonomous zones here in the United States, the peaceful protests in the United States. And their answer was, in a recession, during a food shortage, let's not forget, there is a global food shortage at this moment. There is at least 30%, if not 40% less crops that have been, farms have made 30 to 40% less food, and the world is starting to starve. We have seen that in Sri Lanka. We are seeing that in Ghana. We have seen that in Panama. We are seeing this affect the world already. And in the United States, besides the shortage of chicken and turkeys, there's also a shortage of butter, crackers. We're seeing the prices of meat. Everything is escalating, has been and will continue to do so. There is a food shortage. And these protesters, in the middle of a food shortage, decided to take a staple, milk, something that is used by children, babies and children, to feed them, to help them grow. And they decided to take that and to destroy that food. I mean, that's what they're doing when they pour it out onto the floor. And pour it out to say, you're evil for having energy. You're evil for heating your home. You're evil for growing the food. Remember, you need gas to run a harvester and plows to make the food that we all eat. And they are so angry that we are doing that we are using energy to actually provide food for people in the world. They have such a first world look at this that people who are starving in Ghana that would beg to be able to get the milk that they are spilling on the floor. Think about that. What is the rest of the world saying? When we see these protesters destroy food during a global food shortage, what an insult. Your first world privilege allows you to have so much milk, so much food, that you can waste it wantonly while people are starving in the rest of the world. These are the same people that tell you they care about the world. These are the same people that tell you that they're trying to help everyone in the world. So instead of taking that milk and sending it to Ghana or to Sri Lanka, to Burkina Faso, to Panama, to around the world where people are starving, they pour it on the floor because they want to impress their friends who are over at the Starbucks that have glued themselves there while they sip their mocha lattes and look at what kind of whether or not they're trending on Twitter on their iPhones. This is literally first world elitism, and it is amazing to me. Users, now going back to talking about the government checking on how much energy you're using to keep your home warm during the winter, or users mentions, well, they could use smart thermostats, which is something that they used in California. In California, they had smart thermostats that turned off, and that they had smart electricity meters in the cars, in the electric vehicles in California that turned off the vehicles. And again, there's no privacy. The government is mandating that companies go into your home and turn off your equipment, to turn off your life, because they don't want you to use. You've used too much energy. We're turning you off. How does this not violate the Constitution? How does this not violate freedom and treating individuals like individuals? And this is all emanating from the United States. These are U.S. ideals that are being exported. This is U.S. progressivism being sent out to the rest of the world. It's terrifying. And that's what we're voting on in 2022. Are we going to continue to follow this path of progressivism that always has a problem, that always creates more problems, that never solves anything, and the only thing that they do is make you feel good by virtue signaling? Oh, we have no solution, but look, here's a woman of color. Can't complain now. Here's an individual of what fluid gender that you can't complain about. Oh, they're just going to show you you can't complain because we have these symbols in front of you, and we're the good guys. We're the good guys as we take the food that people in the world are dying for, and we're going to just spill it on the floor because you don't obey, because you don't agree. This is what we're exporting in the world. This is what the 2022 election is about. You re-elect Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, Cori Bush. You re-elect a squad. You encourage more of these progressives to be in our elected offices. You will see more of this around the world. And you will see this in your neighborhood. If you tell me, Mike, but that's in the United Kingdom, that's in other parts of the world, that's not going to happen here. Are you kidding? Because again, in California, they're already doing this. They are suggesting this in New York State. They are suggesting it in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, in the Democratic bluer than blue strongholds. They believe in this stuff and they are making it happen. You cannot tell me, well, that's just happening overseas. No, it's happening here first. And then overseas is copying what we're doing because we are exporting these ideas. That's what this election is about. You want more of this stuff to happen in the United States? Do you want to see progressive leaders of tomorrow, BLM, Citizens United, Citizens Action, Independent, what is it? A couple of these other groups, they're all the same group. Basically, they're all same groups with different names. They're going to do this here. As we will see, 25% of the shelves of the stores in our stores will be empty. That's not coming from me. That's not my hypothesis. This is coming from the White House. This is coming from the United States government. They told us this in March of 2022, that we're going to have a food crisis and that up to 25% of our shelves will be empty. It is the United States government that is telling us there is a butter shortage, that we have a poultry shortage, that we are seeing the prices of meats and eggs and the staples that you need are already escalating, and we haven't even gotten to the main crux of the crisis, which will last 1 year. And these people who are running for elected office have no plan. Don't have to believe me. Ask any I'm in New York State, bluer than blue. I have asked Kathy Hochul. I have asked Antonio Delgado. I have asked Josh Riley. I have asked Donna Lapardo, Jason Garnar. I have asked the Democratic leaders that control this entire state, and I have asked them for a year, what is your plan about the food shortage? They don't have one. They will not respond. They will not answer that question. Don't believe me? Ask them yourselves. Before November 8th, before you vote, whether you vote in person or by mail, before you do anything, ask them, what is your solution to the food shortage that we have known about since March of 2022 when the White House said there is going to be a food shortage? What is your plan? What is the plan of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who are the leaders of the Democratic Party across this nation. What is their plan? What do they have that will help people deal with less food? And you're going to hear silence. They have no plan. They have no answer. And they just don't want you to ask the question. How dare you ask them the question? That's what they answer with. Let me go back to some of the comments. User has been banned mentions citizens raging are progressive. The umbrella group they all fall under. Yes. Let me see. And I caught the acronym there. I did catch that. User has been banned. User has been banned goes on to say, isn't the store where they were dumping the milk out in some really high-class grocery store? Yes, it was. Harrods. It is a high-end grocery store. Again, we just telling you how much of a privilege this was and how much of an embarrassment it is. Little Dipper says, in the video store, it didn't look high-class at all. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Little Dipper goes on, also the fight against inflation is over. Fed Whisperer said they are pivoting in December due to what happened in the markets prior to the opening bell Friday morning. Here's the thing. The Fed has already said that they want to target 4.5, possibly 5% for the inflation, the interest rates in the United States, which is historically the 100-year average is 4.5%. Why does this matter to you? Because this affects your investments. It affects your retirement funds. Your IRAs, which are down across the nation on average $34,000. The average person lost about $34,000 in their IRA, their retirement accounts this year because of the Biden-Harris administration's economic policies. So their interest rates would further affect that, but they have to. See, they don't have a choice. If they do not further increase this, we will see the recession become deeper and longer. We should have been seeing rate increases by the Fed back in 2021. They didn't do it because that would have been seen as an embarrassment to the Biden-Harris administration and proof that their economic policies failed. They should have been increasing, but if they did that, we'd have a soft landing and the recession would be very short. But because they aren't and they are knee-jerk reacting to this, right now the Fed is doing knee-jerk reactions. They're being motivated by politics, not by the economics. Because economically, we know we are in a recession already, and we already know that this is having a negative impact. You don't believe me? Go to the store. You know it's true, so do I. Look at your electric bill. You know it's true, so do I. Just because CNBC, just because the White House will not admit what you are living with, doesn't mean it's not real. It just means they're protecting themselves until after November 8th because they have to get through the election. Their goal has been and continues to be winning as many seats as they can in the midterm elections. That's it. They want to maintain power. That's their only goal. And because of that, they can't tell you the truth. They can't say we're in a recession. They've changed the definition of recession. That's how far they are willing to go. They will change the meanings of the words we all know to make themselves look better until they can get past the election, because they have to look good in that election. That's why they're talking about clean energy and abortion in 2022, because they have nothing else to talk about. Why they have to twist their messages to make you think that you have lost something when we are regaining our rights and freedoms, when we are rejecting the autocratic rule they are suggesting. That's what I believe. Now, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear how you see that. But look at all the data that we have. We know inflation is real. We know inflation, real world, when you go to the store, is higher than what the government is reporting. Some would say twice as high as what the government is reporting. which would mean that we're at 16% right now. And if you went by the 1980s accounting, that would be true. But we know for a fact when you go to the store and you buy iceberg lettuce, when you buy crackers, when you buy eggs, when you buy milk, meat, you're paying more than what they're telling you. They're telling you inflation is up 11%. I guarantee you, you go and look at the price of eggs, you're paying more than 11% higher. Milk, meat, lettuce, you're paying more than just 11%. You're paying more like 50% more, and we haven't even gotten into the food shortage yet. Now, here's the thing, and I'm going to get to the comments in just a moment, but I want to make sure we understand these economic policies. We saw that England, the United Kingdom, Liz Truss tried to copy the policies here. The United Kingdom is not as robust. It is a strong nation. It has a wonderful economy. It is one of the strongest nations formerly in the European Union. And in less than a month, Liz Truss destroyed or helped to weaken the United Kingdom's economy by copying the progressive ideals of the Biden-Harris administration. So now not only have we seen 20 months of Joe Biden destroying America, we saw that when another country with a strong economy, the United Kingdom, tried to copy what he's done, it crushed them almost instantly. If it weren't for the fact the United States is the biggest economy in the world and everyone uses the dollar, we would be crushed right now. We would be a banana republic like we saw in the 1980s in South America. That's just a fact. And this is why it's important to make sure you're thinking about the consequences, because this election is about consequences. Who you vote for will influence how bad the recession will be for you. Let me go back to some of the comments. So I left off. So the bond market is fluctuating. The markets are trying to guess how much politics will influence this. I will again say on this channel, as we've said for months now, a week to 2 weeks after the election, so somewhere around November 15th to November 23rd, the United States government and all the news media will admit we are in a recession. And they will admit that the recession will last until 2024 and that there is a food crisis which will last until late 2023 at the earliest, and that we are in trouble. And then they will blame everything that I've just mentioned on Republicans starting January 2023 when they take over. This will be their answer. This is their solution because it's about politics. It's not about helping you. After you can no longer vote them out of office, they're going to say to you, oh, see, their problem is worse than we thought. It's the Republicans' fault, and they're the ones in charge. Blame the Republicans. So that in 2024, they're going to say, vote for Kamala as president because she's a better choice. Look what the Republicans did, totally mitigating the first 2 years under Biden and the time under Kamala. They're going to throw that out the window and say, none of that happened. It was all the Republicans' fault. Mark my words. I promise you. Clip this and look at it in December of 2022 and tell me that everything I am saying right now is not true. I will apologize publicly if I am wrong and they do not say these things. I am that sure. I can virtually guarantee we're going to see it in that time frame. But let me go on with some of the comments. The bond markets are screwed up because, again, and this is affecting your retirement. This is your retirement money they're messing with. This is your ability to buy food. This is inflation they are messing with. The Fed is playing politics. They're trying to get us. This is the same reason why Joe Biden begged Saudi Arabia and OPEC to just wait until November to to cut the amount of oil that they are producing, increasing the price of oil. He didn't say, don't do it. He didn't say wait until January after the winter. No, he said wait until after the election. He didn't care that oil prices are going to increase, that the amount of oil in the world was going to decrease. He didn't care about that. He cared about the election. They're playing politics. They don't care about the consequences. The Fed isn't worried about whether or not you're going to be in a recession. They're worried about how you're going to vote in November. Joe Biden is worried about how you're voting in November. Kathy Hochul, Newsom in California, Whitmer in Michigan, they're worried about Wolf in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. They're worried about your vote. They don't care about your life. And that's sad. And we're seeing this around the world. Hang on, let me go on to some of these comments. Mike Bowie mentions, I checked out her website. Whose website? Oh, Mike Bowie says Diane Sare, S-A-R-E. I'm not sure if that's Sari or Sar. Stopped by his house on his way home from Manchester. I'm not sure who she is. I checked out her website, and I would say I would post her yard signs. She called and stopped by Binghamton to drop off 3 signs. I'm not sure who she is. If she's a candidate, I would be happy to hear her on this program. She is more than happy to call in and introduce herself. I'm not familiar with her. Jan mentions that they were creating the problems. The progressives created the problems and then said, we're going to save you. We've heard that so often. Mike Bowie, you mentioned that you gave a politician my blog. It's shut down. My website, which has been up for 17 years, costs about, all my sites, my internet presence outside of this podcast, this channel on YouTube, my social media, costs about $1,000 a year. I don't have it this year. And so my 17-year-long website is now down. It no longer exists. It happens. Money's tight. Yeah. I'm suffering from this recession like everyone else. And it cost me my websites of 17 years. Actually, all my websites are gone now. It's expensive. This stuff is more expensive than you think, folks. It costs thousands of dollars a year to do this. And I just don't have it this year. Okay. But if they have my phone number, I'd be happy to talk to that politician. So let me bring it back. And you can see how these things are all connected. So again, I find it interesting and I find it laughable that these scientists, these progressives, they think that you are obligated to support their protests, that you must do what they say. These guys were begging for someone to turn on the lights and to give them bowls to poop in. It's your protest. No one is obligated to support you in it. If Volkswagen, if Porsche, if Starbucks, if the Lou, if they don't agree with you, if they don't support you, why do you think they're going to give you anything? They have no obligation to do that. I personally think they should let them starve. Let them sit there for days. Keep everyone else away from them. I personally think that no one should go anywhere near those people because we don't know if someone is going to harm them. So for their protection, that entire area should be cordoned off. No one should talk to them. No one should touch them. Leave them there and let them protest. They wanted to starve, and they are doing a hunger strike, several of them, and they should. Let them starve. Let them defecate on themselves. Let them prove their strength of conviction. No creature comforts. This isn't about making them feel good. You wanted to make a point. Fantastic. Sit there, make the point. Starve. Make your point. There are Buddhist monks who set themselves on fire to prove their point about violence, to make an example and to let people see the horror of violence. Okay? Now, I'm not telling any of these protesters that they need to set themselves on fire, but I want you to understand, I have great respect for those Buddhist monks, Tibetan monks that are out there that are setting themselves. I don't encourage it. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's smart to set yourself on fire, but I cannot deny you have strength of conviction if you're willing to set yourself on fire to prove your point. If you're sitting at Starbucks, if you're sitting at the Volkswagen, you're not, and you're asking people to give you food and water so that they could support your protest. No, you don't have any conviction. You don't have any strength in your beliefs. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. So let me go on. I do see some comments. Mike Bowie mentions that Diane Saar, I believe it's Saar, is an independent running for the U.S. Senate. I am always happy on this channel. We are more than happy to provide any candidate, any legitimate candidate on the ballot running for any elected office anywhere in the United States. We will give them time on this program to speak to the public, to answer our questions. We have always done that in the past. We will do it in the future. And so if she contacts us, we will be happy to make sure that she is heard by the public. We've always done that, whether it's a Democrat, a Republican, a conservative, a libertarian. This channel has and always will provide candidates the opportunity to speak to the public, to answer our questions, and to let people hear what they have to say verbatim. We've done that for 17 years. We'll continue to do that going forward. So I look forward to hearing from her. So I find this stuff interesting. And when people are saying to me, but Mike, I don't get how that connects back to us. Well, we were talking about the protesters, how they're pouring out food. Their first world privilege is allowing them to destroy food people around the world need. We've talked about the fact that our politicians, these Democrats who are in control of Congress, they're in control of the Senate, they're in control of the White House, they're in control of several states like California, New York, Illinois. These individuals have no plan. And that is going to hurt you. And that's going to hurt you because the Weather Channel had to point out that besides the food shortage, there is still a bird flu. Remember, we were talking about that in January, February, March. We were talking about the bird flu. We're one of the few channels that is continuously mentioned. There is an international bird flu, that it has destroyed more than 35 million birds. That's chickens and turkeys and eggs. That this has helped to increase the inflation and the food shortage around the world. That didn't go away. It's still here. And like the regular flu, we are in flu season because we're in the fall going into the winter. And bird flu is like human flu. It increases during the fall and winter. We're entering the flu season. And the bird flu is acting up in this flu season. And that means that on top of the food shortage, we have the bird flu, which means your food at Thanksgiving, in particular turkey, but all of the food that you're eating is going to go up. Oh, I know. You didn't realize that because NBC and the New York Times and the White House, they didn't tell you that your Thanksgiving is going to be more expensive this year than it was last year or the last several years. They forgot to mention that, didn't they? They didn't tell you that the economy is so bad, it's going to cost you more. It's going to be very expensive to get a turkey or to have food on that Thanksgiving table. They don't want to mention that, and it's so bad and so obvious that the Weather Channel has to tell you, today, prepare for that Thanksgiving is going to be more expensive than you think it is. That's going to cost you more money, and you may not be able to afford it. That you need to start planning now for Thanksgiving. Well, hell, we've been saying on this channel, you need to start planning for this stuff. Since January, we've been talking about you need to buy more food, that you need to prepare. We've been saying that since January. I'm not an elected official. I don't have thousands of employees like the New York Times or NBC or MSNBC. I don't have tens of thousands of individuals working for this company around the world And I can tell you the facts as well as they can. They don't want to tell you because this is October 23rd and the election is November 8th. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to think about the fact that you don't have enough money for Thanksgiving dinner. They don't want you to think that you don't have enough money for your Christmas shopping, that you can't pay your electric bill, let alone the holidays. They don't want you to think about that because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. So they're not talking about this. And they are trying to get this idea, and they don't want anyone in the world to think about this because if you are in Ghana, they want you to be progressive. But it's very hard to be progressive when the progressive ideals are starving you and that the people and that the progressives in the United Kingdom, in the United States, are wasting the food they could be sending to your family. Pretty hard to make people progressives when they're starving and you're throwing the food out the window when it's perfectly good and telling them, well, you just need green energy. Hell, it's kind of like, what's her name? Stacey Abrams. What's the answer to poverty? Abortion. That's what Stacey Abrams thought. Stacey Abrams was very clear. If you want to be able to have less gas, the price of gas to be lower, if you want to pay your electric bill, if you want to go out and watch the movies, you need an abortion. That's it. Women just need to abort their children and they will have all the money they could possibly need. Is that stupid? It's evil. It is absolutely evil. But is it also stupid to say that? Because it makes no sense. It is the most illogical thing you could possibly say, as well as one of the most evil statements I've ever heard from someone who claims to be for the people, who claims to be a protector of people. This is insane, folks, and this is all connected. They are saying that, the answer, abortion is also an answer to climate change. Yeah. Thank you, Jan. This is what they are trying to convince you because they don't want you to think. If you stop and think about what they are saying, it does not make sense. But they don't want you to think, they want you to feel. And they have the feeling that you should have. They know exactly what they want you to feel. You need to feel afraid. You need to think that anyone who doesn't agree is the bad guy. They are others. They are extremists. Everyone else is wrong. They are right. And forget the evidence that is in front of your eyes. You just don't understand. They have the answer. Vote for them. That is what they are telling you. Because if you stop and think about this and say, wait a minute, abortion does not make you rich. Abortion doesn't fill your gas tank. Abortion doesn't put food on your table. That is insane, as well as being morally bankrupt. It is evil to say, kill the life of a child so that you can get monetary gain. She has equated a life of a child with money. You know who also did that? Slavers. Slavers around the world equate a life with money. That's slavery. Now, am I calling Stacey Abrams pro-slavery? Yes, I am. I am saying that. Let me be clear. I believe the policies of the progressives is a form of economic slavery. It is a mental slavery that they are promoting the shackling of individuals, confining them to their ideals, and that's it. Hello, and thank you for... Oh, 1 second. Hang on. There we go. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, sorry, the phone, just the wire got loose there. So this is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what is your first name?
Jan.
Hi, Jan. What's going on?
Hi, Mike. Not much. Since we're talking abortion, I don't know if you're aware that California just passed Assembly Bill 2223, which allows California now to perform in infanticide.
I believe I think I have that. I was going to talk about. I've just been running through so many issues. I think I have something on that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
are. And by the way, to clarify what we mean, infanticide is not abortion. Infanticide means that if you have a baby that is born, this isn't a question of did the child get born. The child has been born. There is a baby there. And up to 1 month after that baby is in existence outside the womb, you can still, according to California, kill that baby.
Well, this is the thing that gets me the most on all this too. Is not only is it so disgusting, but don't the progressives fight against the death penalty?
They're against the death penalty. They're against incarceration. According to John Fetterwoman in Pennsylvania, he wants to release serial killers back into the community. He wants people who've committed multiple murders and release them back into the public. So yeah, they're against all of that, but they don't mind killing babies. That's okay. Killing babies is okay.
Exactly. And then the other one I'm calling in for, and this is also California, Gavin Newsom just signed another law in that if a doctor argues with a politician on right now, like the big thing is the COVID-19, that if a doctor argues with a politician's view, that they can be subject to termination or losing their license, or, I mean, what is this world coming to?
Well, we know where it's coming to. It's coming to progressivism. It's becoming socialist. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America exist for. They don't believe in you as an individual. You are a category, and categories don't get to complain. Categories don't get to speak because they've already decided what your category is worth. So if you are a male and straight, you only have a certain value. You can only speak about certain things. That's why they say, well, Mike, you're a man. You can't talk about abortion. Why? Because I can't appreciate the life of a baby? Sure I can. And
well,
they say,
you got so many. Well, and that's what gets me. If you're conservative, you can't talk about the issues. But if you're a leftist, you get full reign of everything.
well, they have the answers to everything, supposedly, except their answers create more problems every single time.
Exactly. Well, you're not a woman if you're a woman.
Mhm.
If you're trans, you're a woman. If you're a kid under 8, you can have your genitals cut off. I mean, it's just
And again,
people need to wake up and get these people out of office before they just finish destroying this country, and there's no way we can get it back.
yeah, and let me clarify for the censors that are watching the program. I'm not saying that trans people shouldn't exist. Fantastic, let them. If you're over 18, you're an adult, and you want to chop off your genitals, go right ahead. I'm not trying to stop anyone. I know many trans people. Fantastic. Live your life. Live the best life you can. You don't hurt anyone else. Do what you want. The question is 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds. We know for a fact that the progressives are chopping off their genitals. They are convincing these kids that they should chop off their genitals at prepubescent ages. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's not enabling a child. That's what do they call it in drug addiction? You know, Jen, I'm missing the word. Codependent? Is that it? Or dependency? Or when you allow them to make the worst decision possible for a long period of time. I think it's enabling. That's it.
It's enabling. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's enabling.
Sometimes the terms escape me for a moment, but that's enabling. We're enabling children to do the very worst thing. But that's a progressive ideology, and they want more of it. which is why in this election, they don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about your well-being. They don't want to talk about food. Let me ask you this, Jen. Have I misstated in your opinion, as someone listening to the program, I'm showing you the facts that I can. Have I misstated or misrepresented any of the information I'm talking about?
Oh no, not in any way, shape, or form. It's the way they twist the words. I mean, it's like, let's go back to Florida's "Don't Say Gay" bill,
which never mentioned gay people.
It's called the Florida "Don't Say Gay" bill because of the progressives. That's not what the bill was about.
Yeah, it never mentions anyone gay. In fact, it had the same restrictions on straight people as it had on gay people.
Exactly. And it's what they've been doing for years and years is they tell you that this is what this means, but it's not what it means at all. You know?
Well, that's why they keep changing the definitions. We're in a recession. No, we changed the definition of recession, so it's not true. Oh, exactly. What's a man?
Yeah,
we changed that.
I saw an article last night from Politico that actually said we're in a recession. A left-leaning website that admits we are in a recession.
Yeah, what was it? Last week I showed you. Now, besides the fact that this channel since February of 2022 has been saying we're in a recession, on, what was it, last week, I showed you that Bloomberg, their economic forecast, has 100% they are predicting 100% we are in a recession.
Yes. And then what was the other one? I know I posted it on Facebook and I tagged you in it, and I saw that you had saw it, that they're legalizing MMDA, heroin,
drugs. Yep.
And I forget what the other one is. Meth, I think it is.
Yes.
They're legalizing it.
Oh yeah.
We have a major drug problem in this country.
What you're talking about, and this is an article from Vice. So we can't get much more left-leaning than Vice. And this program tends to show you the news from the left, not the right, to let you see what they are saying themselves. And the article is personal use of heroin, MDMA, otherwise known as, what do they call that? I used to know the name of it. And cocaine, not meth, it's cocaine, have been decriminalized in Australia, which means, and we're seeing this in Oregon, we're seeing this in Washington State, we're seeing ecstasy, that's what it is, ecstasy. And in California, we are seeing that they are trying to decriminalize using heroin. This is leading overdose deaths in the United States and the world. And they want to make this legal so that you can personally use this, because that's going to help the drug addicts. In fact, in that article, and I think I highlighted this, and I'm quoting from the article, it wasn't just the Axe conservatives who had reservations about the move. Some harm reduction advocates, that's what they call themselves, harm reduction advocates, suggest a move to fines could be a zero-sum game and leave some of the country's poorest or otherwise most vulnerable, particularly exposed to aggressive policing, and fines they cannot afford. So they want to make the drugs legal, and if you have more than the legal amount of drugs, personally, they're going to give you a fine. And these progressives say that's too much. You can't, it's not enough to make it legal to use heroin. No, they have to, and if you have more than the legal amount, well, you get a fine. No, that's too much. You can't have any penalty. It's like John Fetterwoman out of Pennsylvania, and he calls himself John Fetterwoman because he said that in a speech. That's why I call him that. That's what he asked himself to be called. John Fetterwoman, running for the Senate in Pennsylvania, wants to release serial killers into the public. He wants to open up the jails and let the criminals back out. There is no limit. There is no end point for these progressives. They constantly say, no matter what the issue is, they want more. They wanted abortion. Now they want late term abortion. Now they're talking about killing babies after 1 month out of the womb. There is no end. Or am I misunderstanding, Jen?
It's all it once again for the progressives comes down to who will vote. What can I give you that will make you vote for me? So and what can I give you that's going to make you more dependent on me?
Well, that's the thing. They want you to be dependent, cradle to grave, on the government. And if you're dependent on the government, well, then you can't complain. Otherwise, they will cut you off, and then you can't survive. But I asked a question earlier, Jan, and let me ask you. You're a woman, and I'm not presuming you're a woman. So as a woman, let me ask you. The progressive, if I mentioned earlier that Iran and much of the world are looking at these values of progressives in the United States. And I think that it is making it harder for women to get freedom, to be able to go to schools, to drive cars, to get jobs. It's harder for women around the world because those other governments, like in Pakistan, where we spend $11 million a year trying to teach gender studies, it's harder for women there because those governments look at America and they go, oh, so there is no end. There's always more. I give up more and more and more. And it gets crazier and crazier as I go down its path.
Well, yeah, because if you've got to look at it this way. A lot of the countries in the Middle East think women are property in the first place. That's why they make them wear the hijabs and all that other stuff, cover up their bodies completely. And now the U.S. is saying, well, we can't define what a woman is. So that's taking more power out of the women's hands across the world who are trying to fight for their rights. Afghanistan, the women there ended up having an amount of freedom while we were there. They were driving cars. They were going to schools. All that got taken away from them.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible. And I think the more that we see these examples of virtue signaling failing in every scope and every place that they have done virtue signaling, we have seen it fail. Whether it's based on skin color or gender fluidity and preference, it has always failed. Every single one of these policies have resulted in worse conditions for the people who have advocated.
Well, and they're targeting children in the way they are because they want pedophilia to be a norm. They want it to be accepted. They want it to be another letter added to the LGBTQIA MNOPZ plus.
Yeah.
You know, you go out and look at these drag shows that they're allowing. I saw one the other day on Gays Against Groomers that there was a drag queen with parents and children in the audience, and they were singing a song about pussy.
You know,
and parents were laughing.
Here's the thing. I have no problem. I've been to drag shows in my lifetime many times. I have no problem with drag shows. I don't care. If adults, and in particular in bars where they usually took place back in the past, you had to be over 21. You're an adult. So if adults want to go out there and dress whatever way they want to that is legally allowed, fantastic, knock yourself out. I have no problem. I've seen great drag shows. Some performers are fantastic. As an adult dealing with adult content, why are we giving that to children? These are the same people that you say that pornography is objectifying women, that this is horrible, that we can't show women, attractive women in movies and TV shows, body positivity and all that. And yet they're also sticking these mature sexual content, adult content, in the face of children.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, they're trying to redefine what a pedophilia is. It's supposed to be someone who is attracted to minors.
That's the problem.
And it's like, that's Wrong. You're supposed to protect the minors.
Isn't that by definition? If you are attracted to children, that's the problem. That's why it's called pedophilia. That's why it's a crime. It is a problem. It is not a sexual preference. It is a sexual deviancy. It is a problem. You can have, again, adults doing adult things. I don't care. You have
Yes.
consenting human beings, adults that fully understand the circumstance they're in. Go for it. That's your life. I shouldn't know about it. I don't need to know about it. That's on you. But we're talking about children who cannot give consent. Again, they can't give consent. That is something accepted in every country around the world. Children can't give consent. And yet they're trying to say children who can't consent to anything else, they can consent to chopping off the genitals and they can consent to having sex with an adult. In fact, in California, this probably passed by a lot of people. This is what happens when you elect the progressive lifestyle, this mentality, ideology. In 2020, California Senate Bill 145. I don't think anyone noticed this because we were dealing with the autonomous zones across this nation, which were insurrections. But those insurrections distracted us from noticing that California's Senate Bill 145, it made it legal that if you are within 10 years of the age of your sexual partner and you're having sex, you will not be charged with what's the word? I'm trying to think of a YouTube friendly word. Sex offense. You cannot be listed as a sexual offender. Now think about this for a second, folks. The law says that you are within 10 years. They say non-vaginal, and this is according to Twitter. This is coming from Associated Press. Non-vaginal sex with a minor within 10 years of their age, is not an automatic sexual offense. That means if you are 20, you can have sex with a 10-year-old. Non-vaginal sex would be pedophiles. This is what pedophiles tend to do. So they are saying that if you are a 20-year-old pedophile, you can have sex with a 10-year-old. If you are an 18-year-old pedophile, you can have sex with an 8-year-old. That's what they passed. That's the consequences of progressive ideology. It is a law. It is in California. Jan, tell me, does that sound disgusting to you?
Oh yeah, I was disgusted when I originally saw that they had passed that. It just turned my stomach.
And they
I mean,
want to
like
make
I
this
said,
national.
I'm a native Californian, and what's going on in California, it just I just can't explain how pissed off I am, upset I am. I feel for the people who are conservatives still that are in California, and I still know quite a few that live there that are currently waiting for children to graduate from high school so they can get the hell out of there.
Well, it's like New York State. California and New York State are two of the leading states for the last decade of people leaving. Because when you have disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo and now appointed Governor Kathy Hochul saying, if you don't like it, if you don't like progressive ideology, leave the state. They have literally said, get out of the state. It's not for you unless you're a progressive. And millions of people are listening and they're leaving, taking their money and their businesses with them, which is why New York and California are two of the largest failures, economic failures in the world. Not just in the United States, the world. Their economies are bigger than countries, and they have failed. Because people are looking at this and going, I don't want an 8-year-old having butt sex with an 8-year-old and have that be legal. A 20-year-old should not be touching a 10-year-old in any kind of sexual way. That's not right. I think, and we should say as a nation, that's the case. But elections have consequences, and this is what happens when you elect progressives. They keep pushing the bar lower and lower. There is no bottom common denominator. There is always lower, and they keep pushing for that. That's what I see. Now, you can tell me, Jan, if I am extreme or if I'm wrong. Please correct me. Tell me your opinion.
Oh, no, like I said, it's all about they've lost a portion of the Black community and they've lost a portion of the Latino community, and they're trying to figure out, how can I get more votes?
Well, they could start promoting R. Kelly. That'd do it. You know, if Michael Jackson was still alive, they could do a world tour of R. Kelly and Michael Jackson touring the world, saying they want to go to Disneyland and give them all their 10-year-old kids, and they can take them with it. Well, what's the one in California? Is it Disney World or Disney? It's Disney World in California. They'll take all the kids to Disney World so that, you know, as long as the kids were 10 years of them, it's legal. This is sick.
Well, and it goes along with all those rap artists that degrade women in their music.
Which I also don't agree with. I don't agree with rap music after 1992. I mean, it's a rare song that I would listen to because it's degrading, it's insulting. I mean, they're literally running around telling women you're hoes. Mind you, these are the same women. These are the same people that are saying women power, intersectionality, you know, gender identity politics. And they're saying, no, but it's okay for that rapper to go out and tell every woman that they're a hoe. Really? That doesn't seem to make sense. Something is fundamentally wrong. And it's because they will say anything that gives them more power and takes power away from the people. I truly believe that. And in every example, that's what I see. Am I missing something there?
No, not that I see. I agree with everything that you say. I mean, and it's not because you say it, it's because I research, I look, I've lived. You know, we are headed in the wrong direction.
I think almost, in my experience, around the country, and I talk to people around the world on a regular basis on this program and afterwards, and I hear from people around the world, and they're all saying, this is wrong. It's going too far. There is no end to it. And it scares people. They're going to let, how long is it before they let kids who are 8 not only chop off their genitals, but use heroin? Because that's a logical consequence of what they're talking about.
Right. Well, I know one of the gals in one of my groups that I'm in was in Mexico recently visiting her family and stuff. And she was saying that the talk down there from the people that she heard from, they think that Biden and this administration is a joke.
They are a joke. I mean, no one in the world takes them seriously. Not OPEC. That's why they didn't care about decreasing the amount of oil. They didn't care. They didn't care about what it would do to the American economy. And they knew it was going to affect the election. They didn't care. That's why China doesn't care about what America says about Taiwan or North Korea with 41 hypersonic missiles that they fired, or Russia. They've all been threatened by the Biden-Harris administration. Not one of them cares.
Right. Well, and they even went on to say that, you know, and this is, like I said, this is Mexico. They even went on to tell them that although they didn't like a lot of the stuff that came out of Trump's mouth, they appreciated his politics.
Well, there's a big difference between, let me make it clear for a lot of people who watch the program. I don't care if you like Trump. I didn't like everything he had to say. As a person, I don't know if I would. I probably would have a beer with him, but maybe not. I don't know that he's a beer kind of guy. But that has nothing to do with whether he was a good leader. Was he a good politician?
Exactly. And that's one of the things that I would try to tell people. It was like, if you ever watch The Apprentice, or if you ever watch this with Trump, or if you ever, the man is arrogant. We all knew that. It's his policies that I cared about.
That's it. It is his policies. And my ultimate definition of any politician, when you go out this year to vote, and again, notice in this program, we haven't told you who to vote for. Although, yes, I have a bias against progressives. But no matter who you vote for, you should be asking 2 questions. Are they effective? Is what they're planning efficient? If you can't answer both of those questions as yes, you don't need to elect that person, period. Vote for anything else. If they are not effective and they are not efficient, don't do it. And we can see from the policies from the far left, they're not effective, they're not efficient, they don't even live up to the standards that the left has created. Why in the hell are we pushing them? I mean, that's the question I have to ask.
Right. Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why I appreciated Trump for the 4 years he was in office, because he ran America as a business, which is the way it's exactly supposed to be run. It's not supposed to be run as politicized.
Well, no,
and that's the biggest issue that we have with our politicians. Everything is politicized. That's why they can't balance a budget, but yet they expect you as a homeowner or a person who lives on a budget, that they come down on you if you can't live within that budget. It's, oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. Well, what's our government doing? They can't live within a budget.
No, it's even worse than that, because it's not about the budget. As an example, we know that Joe Biden is trying to push the student debt relief, college debt. He wants to forgive student loans, college loans.
Right.
Because the students, according to him, students can't afford this, which is not mathematically correct. The empirical data says that's not true. But regardless, so now you're dependent on the government. And his thing is, if you vote, he said this about both abortion and student loans. If you reelect Democrats, he will pay off your student loan and he will make abortion legal. By the way, if that was really important, if that was really something Democrats believed in, I want to make sure people are aware of this. Democrats control the Congress, the Senate, and the House, and they have the White House. They can pass those bills today.
Right. But that's the problem when it comes to both parties, though. Anytime it's right before an election, they stop doing everything.
Yeah. And then they make
because
promises.
they're more focused on the getting reelected than I said it. I don't know if it was on this show or on Liberty First.
Mm-hmm.
A senator has a 6-year term. Out of that 6 years, they spend 4 years on reelection. When are they working on the issues?
Got me. It doesn't seem like they ever are. But
exactly.
But I find I think it's coercion.
Vote for me. Vote for me. Vote for me, because we can fix this. Okay, you only work on things for 2 years. What do you actually fix if you spend 4 years working on your reelection?
Well, that's why we're not getting anything fixed. I mean, look at what we've seen. Our economy is worse. Crime is up everywhere. We are seeing less food, less businesses. Everything is getting worse because they haven't actually done anything to make anything better. But they've made lots of promises, and now they're using coercion, saying, oh, we'll pass this if you vote for us. Well, if it's important, and if you thought it was the right thing for the nation, wouldn't you do it anyway? Wouldn't you have already done it?
Exactly. And Joe Biden's already come out and said that if the Republicans take over, which I hope we get the majority in both House and Senate, because he has already come out and said that if there is a Republican Congress, he will veto anything that comes across his desk.
And how can that be good for America? What if they figure out the solution to the national debt, that they reduce the national debt and therefore reduce inflation? Just for people who don't know, printing money is part of why inflation is so high, because the more money you print, the less it is worth. And therefore, there's more inflation. We saw that in the Weimar Republic. This is historical data. We saw it in South America in the 80s with the banana republics. We see that now. The more you print, the less it's worth, the more inflation there is to be able to buy things. That's why it takes wheelbarrows during the Weimar. It took wheelbarrows full of money to get a loaf of bread. And by the afternoon, it would take 2 wheelbarrows full of money because they just kept printing it. And that's the problem. They're not people don't see that connection. And he's saying that if we had a solution to that, he would veto it because it's from the wrong party. Does that make sense to anyone? If you figure
No, he's just doing it to be defiant, to say that I'm going to defy whatever you put on my desk because you're the opposite party.
well, that
I
goes,
mean, that's not what our country was based on. It is not supposed to be about your party versus my party.
well, it goes right to what we saw when Joe Biden was in Philadelphia and he gave his what I call the Reichstag speech. When he
Yeah.
said, if you don't obey, if you don't follow and toe the line, then you are the enemy. That's straight out of 1939 Germany. That is evil. He's demonizing people because they dare to say, I have a different opinion. And in America, with the First Amendment, we have that right. How dare he say we can't?
Yeah. Well, I think I've taken up enough of your time, and
Oh, you're
Well,
always welcome. Always
well,
welcome.
I know, but I know you like to keep the line, not too tied up in case somebody else wants to call in. I was more comfortable talking this time, if you didn't notice.
I did. And that's, and Jan, a lot of people are afraid. And I wanted to ask your opinion. Doesn't it get easier the more you call in?
Say that again?
Yeah. Doesn't it get easier the more you call in?
Yeah, it does. As far as this is concerned, I still have a hard time doing the show my face live.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this is getting much easier.
See, the hardest part is the first time, always. But we try and make it easy for people. So,
Yeah.
And I
yeah.
appreciate and thank you for giving us a chance to hear what you think.
Well, I'm looking forward to the rest of the show.
Absolutely.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yes, folks. So just like Jan did, you too can call into the program at any time to share your thoughts, to tell us what you think about the issues, because we value hearing your voice, your opinion, whether you agree or disagree. I'm perfectly happy either way. And don't be afraid. Your voice is valuable, and I want to hear what you have to say. Yes, Little Dipper, you can call in too, whenever you want. Call in and tell us what you think is important. Not just what I think, but what you think. And tell me if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm evil because I'm a Republican. I don't care about that. I don't care about feelings. I want to hear what you think about the issues and why. What are the consequences? If you think I'm wrong or if you think I'm right, speak about it. If I'm not talking about an issue that you think is important, like Jan brought up about what's happening in California, then tell us, because it starts in California or it starts in New York, and then it's in Illinois, then it's in Maryland, then it's in Delaware, then it's in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and Michigan, and all of a sudden it's across the nation. We see that all the time. Sanctuary cities started in California, went to New York, now it's across the nation. We have the pandemic relief or the pandemic lockdown started in California, was in New York, went around the world. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and what is your first name?
Mr. Mike, I couldn't let you get away on a Sunday without calling and harassing you.
I always love it. I love it, John. What's going on?
Voice a little scratchy. My allergies are bugging me, so bear with my scratchy Andy Devine voice. Those of you that are older don't remember Andy Devine.
No problem.
So how's the show going? I missed a lot of it, but I'm assuming a lot of it's about the election and the economy.
We've been talking about the upcoming food shortage, the fact that the progressive ideology it's on display for the rest of the world, and that's why the world is making it harder for women to get their rights. We're talking about California, they've passed a law that allows someone who is 20 to have sex with a 10-year-old, and they don't call that sexual abuse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, people act surprised, right?
Yeah, and we're talking about, of course, the impact of the economy on the election, and that elections have consequences, and we can see it. We see it with energy. We see it with inflation. We see it with the coercion. I think it's coercion that Joe Biden's promising. Well, if you reelect Democrats, then we'll pass a bill on abortion. We'll pass a bill about college debt. Well, if it's so important, why aren't they passing it already? They have control.
Yeah, I was just reading an article on PJ Media
Mm-hmm.
how Chuck Schumer has told his members in the Senate, basically admitting they're going to lose the House.
60%.
And remember, they get sworn in January 3rd. It's not the 20th. So they have a few days to really screw things up. And he says they're going to have an extremely full agenda as far as legislation. They're going to cram as much as they possibly can. Now, here's the brilliance of the founders in a way, is that the Senate is like we'll call it the firewall from the House.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, that's the protection that the founders built in. And the Senate's going to try to do the best they can, because even though it's not part of law, it's the 60-vote rule in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the budget coming up, the spending bill for Ukraine and like that. So
yeah, they're going to
even if the Republicans take over, beware, folks. They've got X amount of days to screw things up.
They absolutely will. Well, as we've said on this program, we predict that within 2 weeks of the election, they're going to admit we're in a recession. They're going to admit there's a food crisis, and they're going to blame it on Republicans. And so they're going to pass a bunch of laws in a lame duck session. That's when people got voted out of office still have power. And they're going to try and change this nation. And they're going to blame all the problems from that on America, on Republicans, on anyone who didn't obey.
With early voting in a lot of states, with 2 weeks left, less than 2 weeks. I mean, what's the actual date? What is there? 16
November 8th.
days?
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, I don't know, you and I have been around local politics a long time, and I think the people around here are just as good a samples of the average American than anywhere in the country, for that matter. And
Mm-hmm.
I would guess that 95+% people have already made up their mind, the ones that are going to vote. So I don't know how they're going to change the tide that's turning. I really don't, but they're going to try.
Well, what is left for an October surprise? Biden is using our oil reserves to try and prop up the price of gas up till the election. That's all he can do. He can only make it to the election, and then we're out of the reserves. He runs out of that artificial balance to what OPEC is on.
Stimulus, so to speak, for whatever lack of a better term. But
yeah,
but it worked for a little while. You know, we saw his poll numbers go up, and everybody says it was because of the gas prices starting to slow down. I mean, it should go down a little bit. I wonder if that's just the ebb and flow. I mean, you can see that slowly in the last 90 days, the Democrats, at least nationwide, even here locally, slowly are losing. I don't think it's something they can stop the tide. Now, I wish there was 2 more weeks added on to it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I think the people, it's not the American people, it's the people that vote that you have to count. And the fact of the matter is they're already fed up. It's affecting them personally. I mean, you're a single mother with a kid or two, and you go to the grocery store, and here's your choice. Do I pay the babysitter, or do I put gas in my car, or do I buy food? Pick one of the three, because I can't do all three, but I can do 2 of them.
Well, no.
That really gets people's attention.
Well, you forgot. According to Stacey Abrams, as we talked about earlier, her answer is, well, just have an abortion.
Oh, yeah, that was a beauty.
Can you believe that? Can you believe?
Well,
no wonder the rest of the world is saying this progressivism is out of their mind.
That's just a crazy opinion. The one that really got me was that she said that people that made the technology for their ultrasounds put in fake noise to make it sound like a heartbeat. I'm like, that's a Babylon Bee article.
Yeah. There's an international conspiracy of everyone who makes the MMRIs and sonograms, and they're just faking the heartbeat at 15 years of age, because that's an international conspiracy. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, that's wackier than her position on on just having an abortion. At least that's an opinion that's so far ridiculous, but at least that's an opinion. And the other one is just like, I just don't understand. I mean, how can people take her seriously, and how can the polls be that close? And that's what scares me.
Because
You get
she's
people
black.
like Stacey Abrams and people that follow her.
It's because she's
And the
black.
fact of the matter is, she is so close, scares the hell out of me.
It's because she's black and presumably a woman. That's it. And that's what we've been told. You cannot question someone who is a person of color and or identifies as a gender. You can't question that. And that's why they have programmed people to say, well, they must be right. Look, she gets good press out of CNN and MSNBC. She's lauded by the New York Times, so she must be right. Because those guys are smart, right? No, they have an agenda. They don't realize that this is all about politics.
I do want to say, though, people that are listening and maybe they see this video later because you archive it on your YouTube channel, is the fact that when you see these generic polls, the national generic poll, we'll say for the House of Representatives, and you're going to vote D, you're going to vote R, even if historically, and you can look it up, and I have and confirmed it, even if the Democrats are up 5%, we'll say they're not, but we'll say they are, the Republicans still take control of the House. People have to understand that, oh, look, the Democrats are winning again. No, actually, they're not.
They're not winning in the polls, though. They're not.
But if it's even if they're up 5% in the generic poll, they still lose the House. I want people to remember that when they see it, they don't get discouraged that things are turning the other way.
Well, they want to discourage people, but the most recent generic poll has Republicans up 1. But generic polls aren't your local race. Your local race is about whether or not you believe that person is effective and efficient. And we have seen for 20 months now that the policies of the progressive left, as voiced by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they have failed. It is empirical. There is no question. If you doubt it, go to the store, buy lettuce, buy eggs, buy meat, and tell me that the price does not prove they have failed.
No, I was standing in Price Chopper in Shenango Bridge yesterday, and we live in upstate New York, Mike and I. And I was at the meat counter, where all the meat is there. And I'll tell you, there's people that I don't even know, and they're talking amongst themselves, man, and they are not happy.
Well, they shouldn't be. But, it doesn't, we should add in, it's not just economics, by the way. It's also about your safety. It's about public safety. I'll give you an example.
Oh, yeah.
Let me show you on screen right now. This woman, Sawant, is upset. She is a progressive, okay, self-identified. She is a city council member who believes in socialism. And she is...
Oh, yeah. I remember her. She was in a famous video with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, and she was one of the people who were running around in Seattle as part of the BLM riots. She was one of the rioters, part of the protests, the peaceful protests that burned down the city and had them at BLM take over, having a mini insurrection, which is the autonomous zone in Seattle, okay, keeping people prisoners in their own homes. She was part of this movement.
I saw part of that, yeah.
Yep. And she is now complaining because the police that she doesn't want aren't reacting fast enough because somebody is taking human feces and throwing it on her yard. Okay, they're throwing it on her yard, they're throwing it at her house. It's happened about 5-6 times now. And she's,
yeah. That's the hypocrisy of the whole thing. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Now remember, there were riots. And June 14th of 2020, we were talking about this. We were talking about this throughout 2020 about the insurrection of the autonomous zones that she helped support, that she helped push through, destroying.
She's been going on about this, gosh, for years and years and years and years, long before Trump, long before Biden, long before anything. She's been the communist candidate. I forget what her elected office is, but she's been doing that in the Seattle area for decades. In fact, there's a famous
She's a
Ben
councilwoman.
Shapiro with her video long before Ben was even big. basically ripping her to pieces about labor relations and minimum wage and like that. So this woman's been around a long time.
Well, she's a city councilwoman for Seattle.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that's the city.
Yeah, I know what that is. I used to be one.
Exactly. And she's the woman who helped promote the autonomous zone in Seattle, the CHAZ, as it was called at the time, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, that killed a child, killed a 16-year-old. She supported that. And and because of her demonization of the police, like we've seen throughout this nation, in New York, California, they demonize the police, and that means the city has less police officers now. They can't answer 911 calls, so people are being hurt because of this. Crime is rising because of this, and we know that Seattle's at a 30-year low in the number of police officers they have. They are desperate.
In all fairness, it's as simple as that. You reap what you sow.
But this is the consequence of the elections. This is the consequence of following down the line of progressivism. You have more crime. You have John Fetterwoman, as I mentioned before, because he wants to be called John Fetterwoman. He said that publicly.
Oh, no, I understand. And I see the ads. If you're on YouTube longer than 15 minutes, you see all the political ads. And
they
absolutely right. But here's the problem.
What's that?
The problem is that these morons like her, and there's hundreds, if not thousands of like her in elected officials across the country, they think people have extremely short memories, and they do. So it's like, well, now you have people that are defund the police people running for Congress and other high offices saying that we should put more funding in local police and blah, blah, and people buy it. Their memory spans are, what is it, memory span of a butterfly. I mean, it's ridiculous, and I hope people don't forget.
I'm begging people not to forget this stuff because we are seeing the examples. We are seeing this, and it is insane. We have the examples. The social experiment has been run since 2020, and especially since Joe Biden in 2021.
It's just if people just see the stupidity, the hypocrisy, more stupidity than hypocrisy, I think. Stacey Abrams again, our favorite person in Georgia, standing there this week, screaming and howling about the new Georgia laws, suppression of votes and suppression of non-white people voting and blah, 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 blah. And literally in the exact same paragraph says, we're having a record turnout for early voting. And I'm like, what?
Everywhere that Democrats have said that they are trying to protect voting for minorities, we have seen that minorities vote in the same numbers, if not even more, than any other group you can point to. I've seen this. This actually happened on the floor of Congress.
How can a person be so self-unaware of their own stupidity, especially at a high level like that? Georgia governor is pretty high up in the food chain as far as elected officials go.
No, remember,
you can say almost in the same sentence, there's voter suppression, but yet at the same time you're having record voter turnout. And people don't see it. It makes me crazy.
I had the clip before. Representative Chip Roy out of Texas. Remember when the Democrats left Texas? They ran away from their jobs because they didn't want to vote on, I believe it was immigration.
Yeah, then it shows them all on the plane without masks on together. Yeah, I remember that.
That was them. And they actually showed up on the floor of Congress. Chip Roy, they said they're doing it to protect voters, the black voters. Chip Roy, on the floor of Congress in a congressional hearing, said, do you know what the numbers are on the number of black people who are registered to vote versus white? She said, no. The number is 70 to 72. Do you know what the number of black voters actually showing up and voting in Texas? This is who they're trying to protect because they're being suppressed. She said, no, 66 to 67. There is a 1-point difference in the number of black people who want to vote and actually did vote compared to whites. Yes. They are absolutely, and same thing in Georgia. It's the same thing across this nation. If you are a minority, you can vote as much as anyone else. And on this program, the only time that I have found, we had a caller, this was from last year, 2020. 2021. The only person who was denied that we could find that actually got into the program, we filed it with the New York Board of Electors. The only person who was actually denied the ability to vote was a black man because he wasn't wearing a mask when it wasn't required. That's it. Because the Democrats said, no, you can't vote.
I was election inspector years ago. In fact, my first time as election inspector was Bill Clinton's re-election year. And it was on the north side of Binghamton. And what a zoo. And we used to have people that were, in the old days, they used to use a book rather than a tablet. And if your name wasn't in the book, you got an emergency ballot, and it was put on the side.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you tabulated everything. And then you went back to see if that vote was legal to cast in that area. That's usually the problem. The problem is it's not so much the person doesn't have a right to vote in that state. The person doesn't have a right to vote in that municipality or that council district or congressional district.
No, it's worse than that.
Very, extremely rarely. I mean, it's like 1/100 to 1% does anybody vote get chucked because it's not lawful. Very seldom.
It just really doesn't happen. In fact, the only time that I have seen reports of anyone being denied to vote is because of the pandemic. That was the only thing that denied people the ability to vote. And that was because of whether they wore a mask or whether they got the jab or not. It had nothing to do with what their color of skin was or anyone stopping them. The only other time I saw someone, and the only other documentation I can find that someone was turned away from voting, was when the Black Panthers were standing in Chicago, standing outside of polling booths with batons, scaring people away from the voting booth. That's it.
When they had posters outside the building with all the Democratic candidates listed on the polling building. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. The only time we've seen the examples of any kind of voter suppression of any kind has been, as reported by the mainstream news media, has been the left stopping people from voting that they didn't agree with. That's it.
And that's the beauty of the internet. And I'll tell you what I mean. You and I were around long before. A lot of young people have no idea what it's like to grow up in a society without the internet. You and I do.
Yeah.
And a lot of that stuff is going on for years on both sides of the aisle, especially in big cities, especially Democrat cities. They were suppressing the vote. They were suppressing the vote of their opponents, i.e. Republicans, conservatives, independents. But people didn't have their little cell phone to video everything. Now it's getting harder and harder and harder for them to skew the numbers. I can't say go into too much detail because this is YouTube.
Right.
It's getting harder for people to do the wrong thing, and I won't use the buzzwords because I don't want to screw up your algorithm here. And the fact of the matter is it's getting harder and harder to do something that's dishonest. And that is the positive of the internet. Even though it's like getting a drink out of a fire hose trying to get information, these videos are out there if you want to see them on different websites, outside of YouTube, on Twitter, Rumble, you name it. There's a bunch of them now. And that's encouraging for me. There's a famous Amy Horowitz video you've probably seen a dozen times where he goes around asking white liberal in a college in New York about voting ID. Yeah. And basically, they're really bad that black people are too dumb to get an ID and they don't know how to use the internet. And then he goes down to Harlem and interviews people, and they're like, what? What are you, stupid? I know what the DMV is. I'm not an idiot. And people are waking up to that.
Well, I mean, that's Joe Biden and his 2021 Joe Biden March went on to CNN at a town hall that almost no one attended and said, well, black people don't know how to use the internet. That's his words. That's Joe Biden. He said that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, the same Indian accent in the 7-Eleven, Joe Biden.
Yeah. But, it's not just that. Because the internet has its negative, too. And I'll point it out.
Oh, sure.
This is...
of course.
Let me show the example. This is coming from Sarah Reese Jones, who works for Politicus. It's Bernie Sanders, who's saying that inflation isn't an American problem. It's an international problem.
Yeah, I just saw a video. I saw a video an hour ago when Nancy Pelosi said the exact same thing. They passed out the script. This is the new script.
Yeah, but we're hearing this from Bernie Sanders, a self-avowed communist who hates hates capitalism that he's benefited from, that he now has 3 homes for. He's a multimillionaire because of capitalism. And he's telling you, the self-avowed communist, that, oh, you just don't understand inflation. Inflation is a function of printing money.
And I'll tell you the truth, that's a very clever tactic on their part. I have to give it to them. As sleazy as they are, they're not stupid. And that's going to work on a lot of people.
But it's because it's from NBC News as promoted by Twitter saying, you just don't understand. It's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not the Democrats' fault. It's not their economic policies that shut down the oil pipelines, that printed money, that's given $64 billion to the Ukraine for no reason, for nothing that's going to benefit America. It's a war we have nothing to do with. And we're taking your money, we're printing money you don't have out of your pocket, out of your kids' pockets, to give it to the Ukraine, a corrupt nation, because we don't like Russia. I get that part. And we're just printing this, and it's not their fault that inflation is going up, because we're just printing money. Come on.
Oh,
there's a consequence here.
I do have to say, though, that's the one thing Democrats historically, at least in my lifetime, and is the fact is they're very, very good at deflecting. They take that to an art form. So this is basically, if you really break down what Bernie Sanders just said and Nancy Pelosi said, almost exact same thing word for word, because that's the new script now. What they're basically saying is, listen, the average American is just too dumb to understand how these things really work. So let me mansplain it to you how you're wrong. That's insulting.
It's very insulting. It's like when they think that we don't understand that Joe Biden is using the oil reserves to keep the prices up until the election.
Which by the way, is unlawful.
It is absolutely. It violates why we have a strategic oil reserve in the first place. And it's not going to continue. We have a limited supply. This will not work. It's a short gap, temporary fix to get them through the election. And they think people are too dumb to realize it.
Well, some are. That's the problem. But they're hoping enough get fooled they can squeeze through, at least in the Senate. They've already decided, they won't admit it publicly, but people see the numbers. The Democrats, even though they're crazy, a lot of them aren't stupid. They see they're going to lose the House. But the fact of the matter is they might squeak by 50-50 in the Senate. They might, and they're doing everything in their power to do that. But I'll tell you, it's that 3-4% in the middle that I worry about sometimes, because the Democrats are so slick.
But it's so obvious. Good. Even the editorial board of the New York Post had to come out and say on October 22nd, do the math. The release won't make up the difference for more than a week or two, which lasts exactly until the election. They just need to get through the election, and then they don't care how bad it's going to hurt.
Because they know historically that early voting is normally a high percent Democrat.
And it's happening now.
They need to get their base out before Election Day to vote early.
They need them to feel good about the economy until they make that vote, mail-in ballot. It's terrifying to me how they're trying to abuse people.
It's like when Obama was president, and he was taking credit for a lot of things that nationally, economically, he didn't do. And then when something went wrong and they blame him, so it wasn't his fault. I said, wait a minute. These guys are great at taking credit for a sunny day, but not taking credit for a rainy day. You can't have it both ways. You just can't, and they're very good at it. They're very convincing.
By the way,
I can't even tell you how many videos I've seen on YouTube where guys just walk around with the Trump flag. It was in California. That's a Hispanic gentleman that has a YouTube channel. And they all say the same thing. It's not Biden's fault. It's not Biden's fault. And these are grown adults. I mean, 40, 50, early 60s. They're not kids. It's not Biden's fault. It's not Biden's fault. They've convinced millions of this.
Well, they've also confused people. And I want to do a public service announcement real quick. For people in New York State, and many other states have this as well, there's a change in the law. I don't know if you knew this, John, that if you ask for an absentee ballot, you can't make a vote in person. That, according to New York state law, because they changed it in 2020, because they changed it in 2021, they came out and they said that if you ask for an absentee ballot, you can't vote in person. They'll still do an affidavit vote, but you won't be able to vote in person because you asked for an absentee. So they are restricting your access to be able to vote. Keep that in mind. So if you ask for an absentee ballot, when you walk in and say, no, I decided to vote in person, I didn't have to take that business trip I thought I would take.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate on that.
Okay.
A lot of these people that are requesting the absentee ballots might not be the person that the ballot is for.
Yeah.
In other words, you go to these big apartment complexes in New York and big cities, and basically they all come out the same day. They go through the mailboxes and grab these absentee ballots. Happens all the time. Happened in Minneapolis forever.
Yes.
So that's 50-50 if you ask for an absentee. Yeah, should they give them an emergency ballot? Probably. But that's the thing. It's the absentees that are causing the kink in the machinery.
That seems to be the case. And I know we're on YouTube, so we can't say for sure. But it would seem that there are a lot of irregularities, questions that come up in some of the voting because of the way they changed the regulations.
There is a state Supreme Court judge. I just saw the article. I believe it was in Saratoga Springs, that put a stop to the absentee voting count in New York State temporarily.
Yes, they wanted to start counting ahead of time. It just came out today. I believe it's, I think I had that story for today.
It's a woman, it's a judge in Saratoga Springs, I believe. I forget her name offhand. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to be counted. Now, I don't know why she even bothered, because if they just stop counting the early voting totals, then later they're going to count them. I don't see the point of the whole thing, frankly.
Well, the reason why, to make it clear for people, what they wanted to do is to count the absentee ballots earlier than the actual election. Now, the fear is what happens, we see this all the time. There would be a leak. People would hear about the poll numbers, and that would sway and nullify the election because people would see, oh, this person has an early advantage. I shouldn't go out and vote. It doesn't matter anymore.
No, I'll tell you what. I've ran a lot of local races. I ran for public office more than 5 times. I've worked on campaigns, and it's the damnedest thing. I've asked people later, why you didn't vote for so-and-so? And you'd be surprised. I would say a good 30 to 40% of the people say, I didn't think that person could win. They think it's like a sporting event, that you want to be on the winning side. So when you say those polls will skew, you're right.
Yeah. You know what? Let me ask you this. It will absolutely skew the vote, and that's part of the problem. But speaking about what's on the election, did you know that in Oregon, and there's 4 states that they have slavery, they're supposedly have slavery is on the ballot. Did you hear about this?
No, but it's.
Let me explain.
God only knows how they made that connection, but let's hear it.
Let me explain.
just for comic relief.
Oh, this is interesting. So the headline, and this is from Oregon Live. This is from an official Oregon newspaper. Slavery is on the ballot in Oregon and 4 other states. The article came out yesterday, October 22nd.
And the connection is what?
There is on the law, on the books, that if you are a prisoner, you can do labor, indentured servitude. It's part of your prison. Break rocks. Like the old things is you would break rocks.
13th Amendment does allow that, by the way.
Yes. And they're saying that they need to change the 13th Amendment because that's a form of slavery. Having prisoners, criminals, convicted criminals do work, actually have to work, that is a crime. That is against the 13th Amendment. And therefore, they need to change that law. And the funny thing is, the changes they are making are going to create slavery and legalize slavery instead of invalidating it. In fact, it is so bad that a Tennessee, one of the Tennessee, I forgot, a Democrat senator, state senator for Tennessee.
Yeah, I see the bottom paragraph there where it says, we understand that those who are incarcerated cannot be forced to work without pay, but we should not create a situation where they won't be able to work at all, which makes zero sense, that entire sentence.
It makes zero sense. And they go on in this article to say that they're actually going to create, Louisiana's Constitution says slavery and involuntary servitude are prohibited except in the latter case as a punishment for crime. The amendment would change that to slavery and involuntary servitude are prohibited, but this does not apply to otherwise lawful administration of criminal justice. So in Louisiana, they're going to make it so that slavery and involuntary servitude, which is slavery, is legal if you are a criminal.
Yep.
This is what they're actually trying to create slavery by saying they're going to fight slavery. This is
our vice president did it when she was Attorney General of California.
This is how the progressives think. They don't think about the consequences of what they're doing. Oh, this sounds better.
There's several thousand people that were up for parole in the state of California when Kamala Harris was Attorney General. And I don't know if many people that are listening know this, but she denied all their paroles. They go out at $1 and $2 an hour to fight wildfires that were raging in California. Mm-hmm. And my understanding is 90% plus of those were non-white parolees.
Yes.
But yet nobody said a word.
No.
That's basically slavery. Not only is it slavery, but you deny them their parole, which they were entitled to.
And yet the largest form of slavery in the world at this moment isn't in the prison population, even if the progressives want you to think that. It's not their new versions of the laws that would create slavery as it is in Louisiana. No. It's sexual slavery, which is being encouraged because we have an open border. And so they are selling sex slaves into America. These mules, these illegal aliens are being sold.
That's not even counting the Asian and African continents. We're just talking about North America now.
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about Africa, remember the hashtag free the girls from Michelle Obama?
People don't understand it. Thomas Sowell explained it, that slavery historically has not been a racial thing. It's not a black and white issue.
It's not.
In
Never
fact,
has
slavery
been.
in North America was one of the very rare times where the slaves were a different color than the masters. It's very small percent.
Yeah, but slavery is not American. It's an international. It has always existed. It exists today. There are more slaves today than there were in the 1500s. To be honest.
I mean, people don't realize something. The word slave comes from the Slavs in Eastern Europe.
Yes.
Who are grabbed by, so many of them are put into slavery. The word slave came out of Slav, and they were all white people getting white people, and they were enslaving each other. There's nothing to do with race.
But you know what's getting me about this? We have so little news about the fact that Democrats are actually promoting slavery as being reported by this is credible news media, left-leaning news media, and they are pointing out that in Louisiana, in Tennessee, in Oregon, that they are promoting slavery.
Just like Kamala Harris. Now that's come out over time, but I'll bet you if you stand in New York City, go to Manhattan, and try to explain to them this is going on currently in Oregon, plus Kamala Harris in California years ago, they'll look at you like you're nuts. They just, that can't be right. What's your source? They just don't believe it.
But it's on the books. People are voting for this, and they're being told that this is BLM approved. This is far left approved. That this is social justice. This is prison reform, bail reform.
And as I get older, and as more information that I get over time, The Democrats, even though I was one for a long time, I was elected official as a Democrat, not anymore. The Democrats have always been the racist party. Always. They just have a new tactic of how they do it is all.
It is amazing to me that more of the news media aren't being transparent and just saying,
It's not,
look
it's
at
not
this.
in their best, because it's not in their best interest.
Well, no, because they have a political agenda.
Yeah. It's like the employees at Twitter that are screaming because of Elon Trump, because they would rather pay the salaries to all these people that have this ideology than make money. And it's starting to catch up with them. The go woke, go broke is starting to really have an effect.
But we've seen this, in every example. And again, I'm only pulling up the examples from the mainstream media, from our lives around the world. And in every example, the more woke any business or any country becomes, the more broke they become. Broke as in broken, not just in terms of economics, like for businesses.
Yeah, it's like I just was watching Greg Gutfeld this week. Pretty funny. Anyway, they were talking about a person on a college campus that was sexually assaulted in a building. And they put out the description. And the description on the police report was a young black male, short cropped hair, had a purple backpack on and dark clothes. When the media reported the story, all they said was a young male with a purple backpack.
Yeah, because
and that's what they do.
Which makes it harder for you to find the criminal and to actually stop the crime.
Yeah.
This is
a description of the criminal that you're looking for might be important.
You would think that would be a critical factor in that.
It's like, what was it? I forget what major city it was that under Freedom of Information request, they were getting the videos of subway platforms.
Probably
and
New York.
The city stopped doing it because they said that it would cause racial tensions if we released them to the public. So now they're refusing FOIA requests.
That's New York City.
Which means the vast majority of them are non-white people committing the crimes.
It's all stupid. It's all stupid.
No, but it's catching up with them. I mean, we've been screaming and hollering for years, even before we had YouTube channels, and I know you for a long time. It's taken forever, but it's finally catching up with them. It really is. And I hope this is just the beginning on November 8th. I don't want to tie up all your airtime here, but this isn't winning November 8th. This is just the first step of a larger battle.
But I want people to be aware of the transparency on this. I mean, we have institutions like Politico that came out with this article on October 20th that Eric Adams is now saying that Joe Biden has eased the flow of illegal aliens, that Joe Biden has fixed the problem with illegal immigration. This is 1 week after he said that he needed $1 billion for 17,000 illegal immigrants, even though New York City has 500,000, at least 500,000 to 800,000 illegal aliens in it. And 17,000 meant he needed $1 billion. And now he's saying, no, the problem's fixed. Biden fixed it all. We have 5 million illegal aliens in this nation under Biden. And he's saying that it's all fixed now. There's 200,000 people that just entered the nation. And he's saying the problem's all fixed. Why? Because there's an election, and they think people are stupid.
Of course, yeah. He can line the pockets of the city of New York, and at the same time, he can look like, look how righteous we are, and look how good we are to people that are in need, and blah blah blah. Well, 2 weeks ago, he was screaming and hollering they're being overflowed.
It's incredible to me.
I'm hoping that. But there's so many Democrat cult members out there. I'm like, it scares the hell out of me that they're never going to be swayed with facts in reality.
It is terrifying.
It's like a giant Jim Jones cult. They just can't be swayed, and I'm fearful that there's too many of them, and I'm hoping that it's not correct, that they're just going to finally just dissolve into the woodwork over time. It scares the hell out of me because these people are going to be around 20, 30, 40 more years, a lot of them. It scares the heck out of me.
It is terrifying what is happening to our nation, and people do
Well,
not
we're
realize.
going to see. I mean, we went through the same thing. A lot of the people that watch are younger. I remember the same thing when Jimmy Carter lost, when Ronald Reagan came up, and it was the same fear that they call them. Of course, they didn't call them progressives back then, but the liberals would indoctrinate, and they would eventually take over. And so far, they've had mixed results. But I'm more confident in the system than most people. And I'm more confident in the average American than most people, but I'm still very fearful.
Well, that's why I want people to understand today, right before early voting, understand the consequences of who you are voting for and the policies that they are putting forth. Because these are the examples from the left. I am showing, and I know you're quoting the right, but I'm pointing out this is from left-leaning sources. Almost everything I've shown today is the left. And this is their proof that their social experiment has failed. And their answer is, let's double down. Let me ask you.
They always double down. Always, always, always. I'll give them that over the Republicans. They always double down. The Republicans back down. That's starting to change as well, and I'm glad about that.
Let me ask you a question, John. Because you follow politics, you have your own channel. It's Cordisco's Corner. I do advise people take a look at it if you get a chance. Cordisco's Corner. We've heard from Jan earlier. I want to ask you a question. Has anyone, any elected official that you're aware of, the Democrats in control of New York, in Congress, Senate, the White House, has anyone to this moment put up any kind of plan about the food shortage that's coming? Have they even spoken about it?
Well, no, they can't have a plan, and I'll tell you why. The plan, if you were going to solve the food shortages that are coming up, it's going to get a lot worse. If you're going to have a plan, first of all, I don't like government plans, but even if you did, the fact of the matter is what they would have to say is, what will fix this shortage, or at least help, was everything we've done, we've got to undo. And they'll never, ever, never, never admit that. So they can't have a plan because the plan is we are the problem, and they'll never admit it. So they can't have a plan. There's no way you're going to admit that you were wrong. Their egos just won't allow it. So you can't come up with a plan.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like admitting you're wrong. I mean, it's like a parent admitting to your 10-year-old kid, you know what, you were right now was wrong. It's an ego thing. They just won't do it. And they rather let the whole damn thing burn down than admit that their ideology is flawed and evil.
It is better to say I am wrong about the economic policy and to make a change. We need more oil. It is a fact. That is, it's irrefutable.
Give you an example. I'll give you an example just recently admitting you were wrong. When Trump was put under oath, he pleaded the fifth on a few things in some financial filings in New York. And they got out his case. Well, you used to say in the old days, if you pleaded the fifth, that means you're guilty, you had something to hide. He says, you know what? You're right. I used to say that. I was wrong. Now I understand that if you don't plead the fifth, they'll twist and turn what you say and make it worse. It's in their own best interest to plead the fifth. I was wrong. He admitted he was wrong. And it takes a big man to do that.
It does. It does. And I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be something that only a couple people do. It's nothing wrong with saying this social experiment, bail reform, has failed. It has failed everywhere. Defunding the police or reimagining the police has failed.
Yeah, I can speak from personal experience. When I was a city council member, I was there in the early 2000s for those that are listening, and I was a Democrat, and I was an ardent one. And I pushed for the party hard. It was hard for me to personally look inside and say, you know, John, the people you've been supporting, and I gave my heart and soul for that 8 years I was councilman to defend Democrats and go against Republicans here locally. It was hard for me to sit down in my house and just sit there and think, you know what? I've been supporting the wrong people. I've been wrong this entire time. I've aligned myself with the bad guys. It's hard for people to admit that to themselves. And, you know, I am what I am now, but it's not easy. That you gave your life and 8 years of your life as an adult to people that are just wrong and evil and at best misguided. It's not easy to admit that to yourself.
It is hard, but it's essential. I mean, how do you move forward? Jordan Peterson made a great statement when he said, conflict is important.
I love Jordan. I love Jordan. He's great.
He's a deep thinker, and he's very educated, and he's seriously put time in to think about these things. And
if you ever see him when he talks, he pauses because he makes sure that every word is correct.
Yeah, because he's thinking it through. He's thinking about the consequences of what he says. And he's thought about it, and he says that conflict is necessary, and recognizing the consequences of what we have decided is important. We have to understand that. We have to evaluate that and make adjustments. This shouldn't be a hard thing to do. The politicians are literally saying, we're not going to listen to the people. That's why Joe Biden right now is worried about trying to prop up gas prices and talking about abortion, and so are Democrats across this nation, rather than dealing with the problem.
Do you know how many votes they would pick up if President Biden, Senator Schumer, a lot of the leaders, even Nancy Pelosi, that wreck of a person, turns to the camera and says, you know what? Everything we did during the pandemic and everything we did after Biden was sworn in, not all of it worked out. We did the best we could, but we see that it didn't work out. We're going to try to correct that. You know how many votes they would pick up?
It'd be amazing, and the nation would be in shock. The news media would be in shock.
They would be in shock. Even Fox in the Republican side, mainstream media channels would go, they're admitting they were wrong. I'm going to try to correct it. They would pick up 15, 20 points with the independents in a heartbeat. But they won't do it because they just can't admit they were wrong because their ideology runs them. It just does. The earth is flat. Nothing you can say to me will change my opinion. And that makes them dangerous, and they should not hold public office of any authority.
And I agree with you. I agree with you massively.
Because you can't change them. If you can't admit you're wrong, then you're of no use to anybody, including yourself.
Yeah. They just want to demonize everyone else. But let me do this.
Yeah, so
we've been on for a little bit.
Yeah, I've been kind of rattling out a little bit, but yeah, I enjoyed the show, and it's fun. We're political junkies, so we really, and I'll tell you, the next 2 years is going to be a lot of fun for us, man. I'll tell you.
Oh, it's going to be interesting.
And I hope that after the midterms, this website we're on, I'm not going to mention any names because I don't want the algorithm to pick it up, is going to be less suppressive on channels like yours and mine, because I noticed lately I'm really getting killed.
Oh, I've been killed for years. They won't.
So we'll see. We'll see if they ease up after the midterms. I do want to say though, I saw the rally in Texas, and that was the first flight of the new Trump plane, Trump Force One. Man, this thing is cool. The one guy said it's better than Air Force One. So he didn't fix that plane for nothing. But it's cool looking. They flew over the rally, and it was cool. It's cool. I mean, what's coming, Mike, is going to be so much fun that you and I are we're gonna run out of time to talk about things.
No, that could be very good. I would like to see that.
Oh, it's going to be great. I look forward to the future, the next 4, 5, 6 years. It's just the next 6 months is going to be tough.
Yeah, it is. All right. Let's see what happens.
Tell everybody out there, get off your butts. Get off your butts and vote in person. That's the only way you know your vote's going to count.
That's for sure. Only way.
And bring 3 to 5 people with you. Make it an outing. Go have dinner later. I mean, do what you got to do to drag these people out, and that's how you win.
Absolutely.
All right, dude.
All right. Thank you, John.
Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And so, folks, just like you've seen with Jan, just like you saw with John Cordisco, you too can call into the program to share your thoughts and your opinions about anything that we're talking about anything that you think is important anywhere in the world, because we value your opinion and you can disagree. We are happy to hear any voice. If there is a progressive, if there's an independent, a libertarian, a Green Party, communist, if anyone wants to say, Mike, you misunderstood, that the sources that I have used from the left is wrong, that I am misrepresenting or I've misunderstood the consequences, please tell me why. I'm happy to hear that. If you happen to be a Democrat who is running for elected office, Josh Riley, running for the New York 19, who promised to come onto this program to speak to the public, I will be happy to give you all the time. Eric Adams, Kathy Hochul, Antonio Delgado, I will give you guys as much time as you need. I am not restricted like the major news media. You can take as long as you need to explain how I am wrong, if I am wrong, about any of the things I'm talking about. If there is a member of Oregon or Louisiana that wants to say that they're not promoting slavery and trying to change the 13th Amendment in their states, please come on to this program. I'll be happy to hear your argument. I want to hear you prove that you're not going to create slavery by the changes you're trying to make. Please, I'm happy to have that conversation. If you think that the economy is doing great, if you agree with Joe Biden and the press secretary Jean-Pierre, then please call in. Tell me how the economy is actually doing well, how we're not in a recession. I understand. Biden changed the definition. Other than that, show me the data that says we're in a good economy. Please. I'd love to see that we're wrong. Tell me how we're not in an international food shortage, that there is a global food shortage that is hurting Americans as well as the rest of the globe. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me how. If there is a Democrat that has a plan to address the food shortage in America or around the world, please tell me who they are. Tell me what they have to say. What is their plan? I'd love to hear it, because every Democrat I have asked has no plan, and they don't want to talk about it. Just like they don't want to talk about the Americans still in Afghanistan. They don't want to tell you whether there's 200 or 5,000 Americans that are still in Afghanistan. They refuse to talk about it. They will not answer that question on how are they going to protect those Americans and get them home. They won't tell you. They want you to forget. They don't want you to think about it, at least not until after the election. And that is wrong. That is not the American way. By the way, if you have been watching the program, you found this to be interesting, educational, entertaining, please like, share, and subscribe. Like John was mentioning, we are subject to shadow banning. They suppress this channel on a regular basis. They do not want you to think about any of the questions we have raised. They do not want you to see any of the evidence that we are presenting to you, because they don't want you to vote on that. They want you to obey. And we don't agree. We believe in their First Amendment right to speak anywhere in the world. You have that right. We want you to express it, just like Jan did. Call in. It's not hard. Tell us what you think, no matter what it is you think. But don't fall for the tricks that they have out there, like what we see with Kathy Hochul. She's so worried about Lee Zeldin that she is going out there and she's saying, well, Lee Zeldin isn't for democracy because as an American citizen, he texted the Trump White House for ideas on overturning the election. You mean the questions about what was going on while it was in debate, which is in the Constitution and is his right as a member of Congress as defined by the Constitution that he has a right to do. She doesn't want him to do that because, well, she doesn't want democracy as defined by our Constitution, which is what Lee Zeldin did. She says he voted to throw out 2020 election results. Well, no, he didn't. He voted to look at that, to assure the public of the validity of the votes that were there. He wanted, what do you call it? An audit. He wanted to do audits. He wanted to make sure. He wanted to verify so that no one could have a question. And instead, Democrats said, no, we want the questions. We'd rather have the questions because we have power. Rather than confirm and reignite the confidence of American people in the election, they'd rather have the questions because they got power. That's not very democratic. He opposed the investigation into January 6th. He didn't oppose it. He wanted a balanced review, not the January 6th TV show that we have seen that is produced by Hollywood producers that didn't actually look at all the evidence, like the videos showing Capitol Police officers beating an unconscious woman laying on the ground. They didn't show you that video. They didn't show you the videos of police officers ushering in hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizens into the congressional floor. They didn't show you that video. There's a lot of evidence they didn't go into. What about Ray Epps? Why didn't they call him in to ask why he was trying to incite riot and to incite people to commit acts of violence and to break the law? Why didn't they call him in? See, that's not what Lee Zeldin wanted to do. Now, you don't have to think Lee Zeldin is the best congressman ever. You don't have to think that. You don't have to think he's the best choice. But what Kathy Hochul is doing is she's trying to play on your fears. She's trying to play off of Joe Biden's Reichstag speech, saying that if you do not obey, you are the problem. You're the issue, not the social policies that they've put in place, not the failures that they have failed on. You know, like immigration, the economy, energy, food, service, manufacturing, everything that you can name, everything that affects your life and is affecting people around the world. They don't want you to think about that. Crime, which is up everywhere that Democrats have control. Everywhere that Democrats have control. That's beyond the statistical error. But they don't want you to think about that. No, that's not their fault. And it's not just happening in the politics. I do want to address something that some people may be familiar with. I want to talk about John Lezak, because this has been getting some attention. And at Binghamton University, the Pipe Dream put out a political hit piece. Now, I want to be very clear. John Lezak was with the college Republicans back in 2019, 2020. 2020. And John Lezak has been on this program. We interviewed him. They're trying to say that because John Lezak, as an individual, was at the January 6th, he was there on the ground, he was in the Capitol, did not commit any acts of violence. He was in the building, let in like hundreds of other individuals, thousands of Americans. But because he was let in, and he's on video being on the Capitol grounds, that he somehow, that justifies Binghamton University denying students their constitutional rights to free speech. That because he was at an event and was allowed into the Capitol building, that somehow every other Republican is tainted at Binghamton University. That is a hit piece. That's propaganda. That's not news reporting. They talk about people who aren't John Lezak, and they repeatedly state that individuals who aren't John Lezak, aren't members of Binghamton University, weren't part of the college Republicans, that they may or may not have done other actions. Who cares? That has nothing to do with Binghamton University, John Lezak, or the riot at Binghamton University where 200 left-leaning Binghamton University Democrats, progressives, surrounded 3 students and threatened them physically. Those things are not connected. One has nothing to do with the other. Now, I know that the college Republicans, the current president, has denounced John Lezak perfectly fine. I don't care. And they said that they didn't think it was the right thing to do. That's their personal opinion. I don't care. I'm neither supporting John Lezak nor not. What I am saying is one has nothing to do with the other, but they are going to every length to try and confuse you, to make you think that you must obey, that anything you have done or anyone around you has ever done is somehow bad, that they are negative. That's why they try and suppress this channel. This is why they try to suppress your voice. You're not supposed to speak out. I'm sorry, it's called the First Amendment. I have a right. You have a right to speak up, to ask questions, to get answers, and to let people know about your displeasure. Now, once you become violent, that's no longer a protest. when you do something stupid, like the scientists, as we showed you earlier, that decide to glue themselves to a Starbucks or to a Porsche dealership. Now you've gone to another level. But that should not demonize. You know what? These people are idiots. Does their cause have some? If you believe in climate change, does that mean you should give up and that these people are evil demons and so therefore you are too? No. But this January 6th, this is all smoke and mirrors meant to deflect and distract you from the fact. John Lezak is meant as a distraction. They spent 2 years and they only arrested John Lezak now. Why did they do it in September? Because they want you to think about January 6th negatively so that it will change the way you vote. Because they're trying to manipulate you. It's all about propaganda. It has nothing to do with the displeasure and questions that people had in 2020 or what they have today. And it has nothing to do with what the consequences are of the policies that we've seen from the Biden-Harris administration as promoted by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Josh Riley, Donna Lepardo. This is the key. They want you to look backwards in the way they want you to remember it, their way. They want to control your emotions so that they control your vote. And that is dangerous. Some of the comments here. Jan says, did you see where it came out that the January 6th Commission isn't going to allow Trump's deposition on live TV? Which is odd. That may be because of what Trump wants. It could be because of them. But I find it interesting that they're willing to only show us certain things. It's very interesting. They want to edit. And if you're editing the truth, if you're editing the comments, then is that still the truth or is that propaganda? User has been banned says, I still say they should have closed for a week and left a handsaw with the little clown from the Saw movies for the protesters at Volkswagen. Who knows? That sounds kind of interesting. Again, we're not promoting violence here, but we are pointing out the facts. How about this? Did you see the daily poll? There was a daily poll from YouGov. I was going to do a video on this by itself, but I want to just go over this. This was on October 20th. They wanted to do a poll talking about early voting is beginning in some states. And they want to hear. This is basically a push poll by Democrats being put on YouGov. And they asked the question. So, have you been paying attention to the 2022 congressional elections? 83% had answered yes. And they are aware of it a lot. Would you support or oppose codifying Roe v. Wade? You notice they didn't ask codifying it now, not after the election, not if Democrats contain power, but do you support that idea? It is almost even. 51% support codifying Roe v. Wade, 47% don't, which is why it's a state's issue. It's not a federal issue. Going on, they ask the question, which comes closest to your view? Pretty much even. That some people think they support Democrats because Joe Biden said he will only make Roe v. Wade law if Democrats win. 33% people think that's a great idea, that they have to elect Democrats, otherwise they don't get it as law. 67% have a different opinion. How likely do you think it is that Roe v. Wade will be made into federal law? Almost everyone's pretty much the same. 26% think it's likely. 27% say it's somewhat likely. 24% say it's not very likely. Overwhelmingly, people are not sure. This is not something that should be federal law. There is no consensus in the public. Mind you, if you ask people about late-term abortion, 70% of people are against late-term abortion. They don't believe in abortion at the moment of birth. But that's what codifying abortion is. That's what Joe Biden is promising. Looking at this going on, should Democrats focus more of their efforts on the U.S. economy, inflation, or abortion? Mind you, we know consistently Americans, overwhelmingly, 68% of Americans, according to every poll that's out there, roughly about 68% of Americans say the economy is the most important issue. Goes back to the Clinton era. It's the economy, stupid. It's about you and what you have to pay. It's about inflation. 71% of those who are in the poll say it's not about abortion, it's about the economy. That the social experiment that's been ongoing needs to end. They need to focus on American citizens and their ability to feed their families. 71% of the poll. Meanwhile, the Biden administration, the Democrats, are focused on abortion. They're trying to focus on everything but the economy because the economy has failed. They don't want to admit they were wrong. It's amazing. And this poll is trying to tell the Democrats, you're focused on the wrong thing. Abortion isn't the biggest issue. It's not what Americans are focused on. It's not the issue that people want to see the federal government have control over your bodies. It's not what people want to talk about. It's not what they want to give. It's a power they don't want to give the federal government. That's just the facts. And yet, we're being told over and over again, you just don't know. You just don't understand. You're just not smart enough to understand this. Really? I think I'm pretty sure I'm smart enough to understand this as we see demand for mortgages drop to a 25-year low. We know that mortgages are at a 20-year high. People can't afford their homes. We know this. People are concerned about keeping their home, and they can't get new mortgages, so they can't get homes, and they can't afford the increase in interest rates. They can't afford their credit cards. You can't afford your credit cards, your mortgages, your homes. But they're telling us, we just don't understand. You just don't get what's important. I think it's pretty important to be able to feed your family, to be able to have an apartment, to have a house, to be able to afford to live. I think that's a very big thing. I think that's very important. But we're being told, you just don't understand. And think about it, folks. What happens if you vote Democrat? You can. That's up to you. But what are the consequences? John Fetterman is going to release prisoners from our jails. He's going to release convicted murderers, self-admitted mass murderers, and he's going to release them into the public. Will that make you safer or not? It's a question. I'm not being facetious. I'm actually asking the question because Democrats won't ask the question. They're just telling you, well, if you don't agree, you're racist. I'm not going to call you a racist. I'm asking you, what do you think happens if, as John Fetterwoman is suggesting, we open up the prisons and let the prisoners, the admitted, self-admitted mass murderers, and let them back into our society? What do you think will happen? Will you be safer or will you be more in danger? Which one do you think is going to be? At the same time that they want to do bail reform and release prisoners, individuals who committed violent crimes, they want to release them back onto the streets. They want to take away your right to be able to have a firearm, concealed carry or otherwise. Women will be denied and are denied the right to be able to defend themselves against a convicted violent felon who has been in jail and pumping weight for 20 years. They don't get to have a firearm. Will that make you safer or will that make you more in danger? I'm asking the question because Democrats won't ask it. I think it's important. The Democrats want to make sure that you do not have energy. President Obama said in 2008 he wants to necessarily skyrocket the cost of energy, of electricity. That's his quote. He wanted to necessarily skyrocket electricity. And Joe Biden was his right-hand man as vice president to make sure that happens. Joe Biden in 2019 and 2020 has stated in multiple videos that he wants to crush the coal industry. He wants to end our electricity because crushing the coal industry crushes electricity. So you will not be able to charge up that electric vehicle that Pete Buttigieg has told you you have to have, that you can't afford. Okay. Is that going to make your life better? Is that going to make it easier? Because they want to get rid of that right now. Joe Biden right now is trying to hide the cost of oil and gas from you. He is using the strategic oil reserve to hide the impact of his policies. He's trying to hide the fact that Saudi Arabia and OPEC do not respect nor fear him, and they cut oil production by 2 million barrels, which will necessarily increase and has increased the cost of oil and gas. And he's trying to hide that from you until after the election, when our reserve will be empty and he can't influence the cost anymore. Is that going to be better for you or worse? Is that going to make your electric bill go up or down? Is it going to make buying gas go up or down? By the way, for those truckers out there, the cost of diesel fuel will also increase, which means everything you buy from a store will go up. Will that help you, or is that going to hurt you? Is it going to make it easier for you to feed your family? Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Yeah, well, I've kind of gotten through, a lot of your conversation that you had today. I had to do some, I was in and out today, and so I was kind of listening to see what you're talking about. Right now, you're talking about oil, right?
Energy prices, the effect of the consequences. What are the consequences for the country, economically and otherwise, if we do what Joe Biden says and vote back Democrats to follow up and continue in this path that they have laid out since 2020?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Democrat policies that are creating the situation. Look, right now, you have a situation. Obviously, you're talking about Biden, trying to. Well, first he was trying to make a deal with the Saudis, so they basically would continue pumping, right through the election, and then they can cut it off as soon as the Republicans take over. But it's the same thing where him, basically opening strategic reserves for the same amount of time, and then cutting it off right when the the Republicans get in there. I mean, it's completely political. I mean, and you see what the Democrats are doing right now to kind of prop up the economy in certain aspects, just so they can get through the election. I think somebody mentioned it before. I think you read off that they were talking about on Friday how one of the feds came out and said that they might be a little easier on the Fed rates coming up forward because of some of the things that they're seeing in the economy. But simply, this was just, in my view, was just to save, because we got 2 weeks in elections there, and so no better way to make people feel that the market bottomed off than basically having one of these Fed come out there and just say something to pop it up. And it'll just be a, you would say it would just be a bear flag, because as soon as the Republicans come into office, the Biden administration or the Feds just, turn around and go, okay, now it's time to just nail down the rate. And all of a sudden you just watch the market basically hit the floor, and then Biden's going, yep, look, you guys just voted for the Republicans. That's why the market's going down. Oh, you voted for Republicans. That's why gas prices are going through the roof, and it's just like it's so transparent though at this point, because you even see some of the Democrat, or what I would call the Democrat media, which is MSNBC and CNN.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are even asking kind of the questions. This is like, well, why are you opening the why are you trying to make a deal with the Saudis? Or did they actually say that, or did they not say that? Were they being honest with you? It's just yeah, like I said, it's very transparent of what they're doing with their plan and the games that they're playing with the economy.
But
And
think about this. The consequence of this is they're playing these games to get votes. What
yeah,
happens after that? Okay, so the
well,
games stop, and where are we going to be?
this is the thing is that they've already made this is the thing is that they've already made the choice. They've already blown up our economy by throwing so much money into it, and it's just a matter of time before you see the music stops. They basically know the music is going to stop at this point. They just want the Republicans to be able be holding the bag when everything blows up, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. And it's and you've even seen it kind of within in the polling as well. I think you might have mentioned it before, where all of a sudden, gas prices, well, as they were coming down, during, the summertime, because I mean, you were anticipating, those prices continue to go up. As they came down, so did the Democrats, rise in the poll number, and so that was kind of like what their game plan was. But then all of a sudden, the problem was is that inflation, stuck. The CPI came out way hotter than they could hold on to, and kind of all these bad economical things that are going to blow up are starting to show their hand well before the election. And now, like again, that's why you're seeing them scrambling, trying to prop it up. But you were asking the question is that what are we going to do now? And that's my point is that it's already happened. They already made the choices. They've already destroyed things. And the question is that what is the narrative going to be, and what are the policies going to have to be, pushed by Republicans to actually change the trajectory of where we're headed? And to some degree, there's not a lot they can do, because the thing is that there's two massive sticking points when we could talk about stagflation
Hmm.
that are going to be there for a while, and that one is going to be energy, because no matter now, one thing is going to happen when the economy does, kind of blow up, and basically people start losing jobs. Energy prices will go down. The thing is that the Saudis already see this, and that's why they started cutting their output, well in advance. And so, irregardless of whether or not the price is actually going to go, spike up and then spike down, but the bottom line is that once jobs are lost, once things start to go, then the prices of fuel will go down. But the problem is though, is because the United States is not, around the corner, preparing, for the future and economic growth, is that we're going to have stagflation. So what's going to happen is that these prices, are going to basically stay where they're at continually, because the Saudis are going to and the oil companies are going to prop them up to actually, continue to be at, as high as they possibly can. And there's nothing that the Biden administration is doing now to actually change the trajectory. There's no massive new drilling and new push for oil or fossil fuels to actually compete against against OPEC, the cartel that basically controls the gas. And then the other point is that we've going to have a sticking point with labor. Even though we're going to have massive layoffs and a lot of people are not going to have jobs, the problem is though is that we're going to have inflated going to have inflated labor costs.
Hmm.
Two reasons will be, one is that unless you lay off somebody who's already making high wage, you're not going to basically just turn around and just drop their wage. So that if that person has that job still, they're going to be making the same wage that they were before. That's if they have it. But after they lay them off, the other factor is that now you're going to have greater pressure from unions and then the Democrats to basically maintain minimum wages that far exceed, the value of the labor, and that right there will cause, stagflation, and then that will actually stop our economy from springing,
Well,
back up, from we're going to have a recession, and then hopefully, we don't have a depression. But these policies that are being put forward by the Democrats, the oil and the labor, yeah, they could drive us into a stagflation that could actually lead us to a depression.
we are in stagflation. I've said it before on this program.
Yeah.
We're in there already. We are already seeing that. Just like we are already in a recession, And when you add into that mix a recession and increased minimum wage, which we already know in a good economy in 2018, 2019, the beginning of 2020, we were in a good economy, and the CBO already told us if you do the minimum wage, not even including the living wage, which is $25 an hour, according to Brindisi and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, which is what they want, $25 an hour. If you go, Val Demings in Florida, she wants $25, the Young Turks. But if you went with the minimum wage of $15 an hour, you would create more unemployment than there are people on minimum wage. It would be 1.7 million people at least that would become unemployed versus the 1.1 million people who actually get minimum wage. Again, only 3% of the nation are on minimum wage. The media doesn't like to tell you that. There's almost no one who gets minimum wage, but it would crush the economy.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, is right now, especially when it comes to just minimum wage, though, is the fact, though, is that, we have inflated wages as we are right now. And the biggest problem is that what's going to happen is that, look, we're already going to have massive unemployment, once the market catches up and then this recession really starts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the big thing is that what will happen is that minimum wage will actually prohibit people from being able to re-enter the workforce once all this, massive unemployment comes. So, I mean, as soon as unemployment rates get up to, 8% or whatever, then you're going to find a sticking point where, the value of their labor is not going to be in certain professions is not going to be valued, at what the current minimum wage is,
Oh, it's going to be kind of like the lockdowns. Businesses closed because they could not afford to be open. And they weren't hiring people because there was no business. People couldn't afford what they were selling. So businesses shut down. 30% of all businesses shut down because they couldn't afford it. That's exactly what minimum wage does.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that businesses that have to make a product, sell a product, that somebody's willing to pay for. And when people don't have money or they have limited money, then you have to make your product cheaper. And if you do not have flexibility when it comes to either the materials that you have or, other costs, and other costs would be labor, if you don't have flexibility to bend down, then basically what happens is that the product just won't exist. And if that product doesn't exist, then there will be, just for one, is then you'll lose that capital and that money coming into the system. And it's a perpetual, anybody who advocates for, minimum wage does not understand, the entire loop and the way the economy works. I mean, look, they've been pushing minimum wage right now when we actually have peak employment, and nobody really cares, when we have peak employment, about minimum wage because everybody's making well over that. Minimum wage only, really hurts our economy is when we are actually in a recession and we actually require more labor to do, more work at a lower wage. And then obviously what happens is that once, you have sustained labor, and then the economy starts to go, then wages increase, with that. But the bottom line is that the way that our economy has been funded and the way that the Obama administration and Democrats continue to do things, they just feel that they just sprinkle more money into the system and that solves all problems. And the problem is that we see what that does. That modern, monetary theory, when you just continue to pump money into the system, from the Fed, basically with loose monetary, policies, and with the government, giving all these subsidies and grants out to, like, for example, just green energy, projects. You have just this amount of money goes into the system and it creates massive inflation, and it causes every single product that we have just to go through the roof. And the thing is that they won't stop that mindset and that mentality. And the only thing that will stop that mindset mentality is just until the common man realizes that economic policy does not work, and that is the reason for the inflation and the recession that we are going into.
It's going to be a very bad economy. I mean, and we haven't even put into context what will happen with the food shortage, which no one is talking about. They refuse to speak about it. It's like Afghanistan. It's verboten. You can't mention it. Imagine adding the cost of higher food because there is no food onto what we are talking about. Can you imagine that?
The food thing is that like I said, I follow the markets and I try to figure out exactly where. Look, before when we were talking, before the invasion with Russia going into Ukraine like that, and I started seeing the supply chains get hit, and I was like, wow, how the hell is the market going to be able to adapt from this massive decrease? Especially, and that was just basic wheat and other grains that were basically getting a 25% hit in the market by Ukraine, not being able to get their stuff to the market. And then on top of that, you had India. They lost massive amounts of their products as well too, because their entire country went through a massive droughts. And so, and the thing is that the entire time I'm thinking, wow, we're really going to hit the fence here. But to some degree, I think that honestly, I think that the market itself has actually found a way to actually produce and provide in some ways, because there has been, pivots among farmers and just, the free market actually fulfill the need in certain aspects. Now, the one place obviously that we're not getting the fulfillment and need, that we need is within our energy, because energy basically equals food. And so if you want to play games like Biden is, where want to cut our energy supply off completely and leave it up to foreign countries to dictate, then you're going to see massive increases in prices of these foods and products. But the question is that will we actually see massive um famine within the United States? I don't see it. I
Well,
see high
no,
prices,
no.
absolutely.
We're not going to be
um
Ghana. We're not going to be Ghana. We're not going to be Panama or Eritrea or Sri Lanka. That's not going to happen. But 25% of the shelves being empty, that's the reality we're talking about. 25%. There's a butter shortage. There's a baby food shortage. Lettuce has doubled in its price. We've seen crackers more than double their price. What we're talking about is the price of eggs doubling. We're talking about, which has already happened. That's already happened.
yeah.
And then you're adding in 25% of the things that you eat won't be there. That's what we're talking about. And that's for a first world nation, that's absolutely devastating. It's catastrophic in a first world leading nation. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of it too, has to do with just the regulatory, practices that the United States has with the FDA. I mean, what was it? What John Stockwell, or what's his name there
Stossel.
from? Yeah, he did a whole thing on, what was it, pork, and he was showing that, or maybe it was beef. I don't know. It's one of the meats, and the fact is that we had all these animals, that could be, utilized to process for food, and it was government's restriction, on the market that basically didn't allow this resource that we have to be, distributed, within the market that we have. And so, look at and that's one of the things that honestly the Republicans will be in position, if they actually take the House and Senate, to be able to push, is, to position themselves in ways to eliminate some of these regulations, to actually free up some of these these chains, well, even our food chains and some of our other things that are being screwed up along the way. Unfortunately, they're not going to be in position to make big policy changes, as far as energy, just because they're just not going to. I mean, the president will stand in the way of that. And yeah, it's definitely going to be hard. But the thing is that, like I said, I think we're going to see a massive shift in price. I mean, I remember before I was talking about cars and other stuff, but I think that there will be, a massive, catch up and fall of certain prices. I mean, we're seeing that already right now. Is
But
you see the retailers, they're kind of fighting.
well, that's just
Go
a
ahead.
natural consequence of the fact that we have interest rates are increasing. So the
Yeah.
cost of their raw goods and their letters of credit are going up. The loans they have are increasing, so it costs them more. So that gets passed on. But let me ask you a different
You go ahead.
perspective. So we know that America has been pushing the idea of legalizing drugs. And this is one of the progressive issues that Democrats and progressives have been pushing. They want to legalize drugs. We've seen it in New York. We've seen it in California. Even in Oregon, they've done something similar to what we see now in Australia, where they have legalized cocaine and ecstasy and heroin. Okay, and they did a similar thing. Now, people might say, "Well, America's going to copy Australia." In fact, Oregon did it first. Before I go any further, let me ask you: do you think that legalizing drugs has been a good thing for New York State and the nation?
I have not seen any sort of statistics that there's been any improvements in any sort of way by doing so. A lot of people will try to quote saying, "Hey, look, we're spending, exorbitant amount of money in law enforcement trying to enforce a law that basically people are going to do what they're going to do irregardless." But I don't believe that's the case. I mean, I know for the fact that the more the pressure you put and the more enforcement and restriction that you put on a substance that is going to harm somebody, the less people are going to use it. Yes, it will cost more money, and people are still going to use it. But it's about the numbers. It's just look at if you can get 5% less people to be an addict, that's a win in my book.
Okay,
Some
but
people are like, they look at the other part of the pie. They go, well, geez, we spent all this money, and then still you have 20% of people are still addicts. Well, what about the other 10% that aren't? What about how many other people that aren't?
okay,
And then yeah,
I get that. But here's the thing: so we've seen in New York State they legalized drugs. That hasn't stopped anyone. They're not stopping. It's called harm reduction, which means that you enable people to continue to use drugs. That is a fact. That is what it does. And in Oregon, they legalized hard drugs. We're talking about heroin, we're talking about cocaine, and they did this. Now, it was very quiet. It's been a year that they've had this legalized. And what they have found is that 16,000 people have been using Oregon's health authority to enable them to use drugs. 11,000 people they have data on. 60% of the 11,000 are using harm reduction, which means the government is enabling them to be able to continue to use drugs. We're talking about crack, we're talking about heroin, we're talking about the hard drugs. And 15% are have sought help. Less than 1% have actually gotten into treatment to become sober. That they believe, and I'm quoting now, this is from Oregon's Health Authority, this is from Denver Channel 7. The reality is you can't make anybody stop. You can offer help and support when they're ready, and that's the realities of substance abuse. Is it perfect? No. Try to implement a law in the middle of a pandemic, and it's the first of its kind in the nation. Some people are really looking for decriminalization to lead to sobriety. And what I would say is that decriminalization can lead people to a path where they make the decision of sobriety. But our metric for decriminalization is the way the way that we evaluate if it's successful is if people are no longer criminalized. So the answer is they're looking for, and Oregon is the example, they want to legalize drugs so that there are less people going to jail. Not that there are less people who are using drugs, not that there are less people who are hooked on drugs, not even that they're increasing the number of people who are getting treatment. They want less people in jail. That's it. That if less people get arrested for using drugs and being drug addicts, they consider that a win. Even though the government is providing needles and crack pipes and various other implements for 60% of the people. They are creating a class of drug addicted people funded by your tax dollars. Let me ask you, Do you think that's a good thing?
No, no, it's a poor philosophy, you know. I mean, they basically are saying that if you're going to do it anyway, then we're just not going. We're going to prevent you from dying from, sharing needles or, sharing, pipes with somebody else. They believe that actually stopping that aspect of health, you know, problem, from sharing needles and from, sharing pipes, that they want to actually prevent. And then from there, they believe that a person will be able to get help and go. But yet we know what's going to happen. You're just going to have an increased population, of people who are going to be using these drugs because it's easy to do. It's just, look, it's the same philosophy that the Democrats have used in all these cities where you have mass homelessness, running rampant, through the streets and have tents all over the place, and people crapping all over the place, That's the same idea, because the thing is that they simply believe that by enforcing any sort of laws or having any sort of resistance against people is inhumane, and that is not it. The thing is that our society has to have discipline, it has to have boundaries, It can't be a free for all. And that's what they want. They want free for all. They don't want to have a person. They want everybody to be able to make that choice from themselves. The bottom line is that individuals generally don't always, like these individuals, who are intoxicated and have made those choices. They don't make good decisions and choices. And unfortunately, the only way to stop these people from harming other people, from their own choices, which some would argue saying they're only hurting themselves, which I think is a load of crap. They don't just hurt themselves, they hurt society as a whole. They need restrictions in their lives to stop them, prevent them from doing these behaviors, and the only way to do that is you have laws. And then at some point, guess what? They do end up in jail. They do end up in prison. They do end up in places where they can't run freely and act in these ways that, like I said, have shockwaves of social consequences, not just to themselves, but to everybody that's around them.
Well, Ms. Kay was mentioning that the goal, as I just quoted from Oregon Health Authority, is that they want to have less people in jail and more people getting either mental health or hospital help. But that isn't what's happening. That's their answer. Is they have less people in jail. That is a fact. But they have more people who are just using drugs. As we see in Oregon, they're not getting treatment. That isn't the answer. They're not getting treatment. And they are a burden on society, because whether it's the $30 million that the Biden administration spent on passing out crack pipes, do you remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're taking our tax dollars to either pay for crack pipes, or on a state level, they're opening up these safe houses, these needle sharing programs, these safe zones to use drugs like we have here in the southern tier of New York, as promoted by Broome County Executive Jason Garnar, where they can share their drugs and use their drugs and they don't get arrested, and it doesn't stop. And this is what the 2020 election will promote. If we continue down this path, we will have more of this. Does that make you feel safer?
The feeling of safety is I feel I can protect myself, but the feeling of anger that government resources are being utilized to actually increase the number of addicts within our area, and that just plainly pisses me off. I totally, like I said, I disagree with their philosophy, and their approach to decrease. Well, their idea still is to actually decrease the number of overdose and individuals going to jail, but it doesn't happen that way, because addicts, I mean, you're going to allow people freely to actually use drugs. And then the thing is too is that the addictive behavior, there's a social contagion as well too that people don't understand. Is because the thing is that if once you lock people up and you isolate them away from these people who are having this behavior and using these drugs, then you actually keep them away from other generations of people that can potentially be influenced by them that will use those drugs as well too. And that is a point that they refuse to see. And I mean that's part of the insanity too when it comes to the idea, especially among like, well, what was it, what we call them, Feder Woman, wanting to just release all prisoners at one point. I know he's backtracking now, but
He said it. He said that if he gets elected, he wants to release the prisoners from jails.
Yeah,
He wants violent criminals released and put back into society. That's what Joe Biden is telling us we should vote for.
yeah, and he did confirm the other day. I mean, he did say, well, there was something brought up to the degree that it did happen to be the color of a person's skin, that he wanted to, to lower the number, of people who happen to be black or brown. I think it was specifically black. He actually mentioned that are being, imprisoned, and to make it more equitable.
Wait a minute. Let's make sure we understand. So his answer is, well, no. What I want to do is release black violent criminals back into the community because they're black.
Yes.
That's his answer. That's his clarification. It's not just release all criminals, release black criminals into the black community because they're black violent criminals, admitted criminals.
Well, he basically wanted more justification because he found that there was too much, incarceration of black, individuals proportional to their race, and basically by releasing everybody, that he in turn would actually reduce. We would be releasing percentage-wise per race is more black people, which basically in his mind is justice.
That's racism. First of all, that's racist. Second of all, how does that help anyone? Because all you did is you took, so there are too many Crips who are black in jail, or Bloods, or Latin Kings, or any of them. So there's too many of them, too many people of color who committed violent crimes. So the answer is we're going to release them back into the communities that they were making the crimes. Black on black crime is the greatest killer of black people in America. 80% of all black people who die in America because of crime are because of black on black crimes. And you want to release more of those black criminals who committed those 80% of murders and put them back in the community. And that's supposed to be a good thing. Does that make sense? Am I misunderstanding it? Because it doesn't make sense to me.
No, you're very clear on that point. And I think one of the other things that really is a pet peeve of mine that really pisses me off is that you'll hear these people, constantly be saying that, well, you know what, these black boys don't have their fathers because they are in prison, and so the justification of releasing these, hard criminals is so they can come back and be fathers.
No. That is absolutely wrong. They don't have fathers first. Then they go into prison. One of the key indicators of whether or not a child might be more inclined to violence and incarceration is whether or not they have a family, meaning a mom, a dad, a family unit, which BLM absolutely opposed. Remember, they had it documented. It was part of their reforms they wanted to make based on socialism, until they got a backlash and they removed it from the internet, but it's still there. The fact is that when we had Johnson, a Democrat, institute the war on poverty, which has failed, there are more people in poverty today than when he started the program. The black family went from, I believe it was 76% of black families had a mom and dad, down to, I believe it's down to 30, possibly 27% today. You have less fathers. We have more single parent, black women, single parents than ever before. I think the number is somewhere around 70%. That's your problem. It's not because they're in jail. It's because the government paid black families not to have a dad present. And that led to crime.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah, but this is the irony though, is their solution now is that, okay, now after Johnson's policy has destroyed the family, in the way that it did, and then it basically created a generation of individuals who had no, structure in families, and these individuals went into prison. Now they think the best idea is to actually release the hardened criminals that are in jail to go back home, to their children, So what? They can raise them to be what?
How
Criminals.
are
I
they
mean,
going to, wait a minute, they can't do that either because according to the feminist ideology, women don't need men. Women can raise their families by themselves. Men are not relevant. According to feminist ideology today, men, black men included, women don't need to have families. One, they don't want them to. Stacey Abrams, get an abortion because you'll be able to save on your gas bill in your car. But they don't want black women to have families because they've told us men aren't important for a family. Women can do it all by themselves. So those men that they release aren't coming back to their families with their baby mamas. They're not, which is why they have baby mamas, because they're not part of the family. It's not going to work. By the logic of the left, it can't work. They're telling women not to accept them. I'm following the logic. Their logic.
It's double speak. I mean, because the bottom line is what they try to do. They try to get the gotcha on conservatives and saying that, you know what, if you want, more fathers in black, communities, then you actually have to release them all from jail. And I'm just like, okay. I'm like, so that's your solution to the problem, is to release, a bunch of criminals, to be fathers, and that's your solution, rather than actually, having policies which strengthens the family and creates an environment where basically people have the moral character and not to become criminals, and they actually up from the bottom where they're actually are good parents and fathers. Like
we're not even talking about the commoditization of being black. Being black in America is no longer about skin color. It's about commodities. What do you buy? How do you speak? The culture that you have. It is literally something that you can buy. It isn't even about skin color anymore.
Well, I mean, that's the bottom line too. It's true, because I mean, you yourself are not allowed to be black because you vote for Biden.
I don't understand all that. Truly, it's painful to me to even try and follow their twisted logic on this. Because on one hand, they're saying, well, the answer is introduce men. The other side is saying, yeah, but men don't exist. We don't need men. Men are evil. Men are bad. Straight men are the worst. I mean, we see that She-Hulk. We see that in Lord of the Rings. We see that in all the media that they're putting out there. We see that in music videos that they're putting out, that they're lauding every time.
There is one thing that is continue. You'll see a continue theme between it, and it's simply the one thing is that every policy that they implement, and they have that goes forward, it always requires more government, to fix more problems that the government created.
Well, isn't that critical race theory? Critical race theory says white people are evil, black people are victims. The only one who can solve that is government, because government has the answer to everything. Because if you are a minority, you are less than and not capable of doing these things on your own. Only government can fix the problems for minorities. That's critical race theory. That's intersectionality. That is government cradle to grave. Government will fix all your problems because you can't do it yourself. That's what they believe, because you're a category, a checkbox. You're not an individual. I think that is insanely racist, sexist. It is anti-human. It is evil.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at the policies that come forth from the Democrat Party, they do treat minorities, or anybody with brown and black skin as if they are disabled. They do. The policies treat them like that. Even the way that they talk about people, if you see these elite white politicians and even just regular voters that are within that demographic, they speak about anybody with brown or black skin as if they are disabled. They always have to talk down to other people, and it's just it's extremely destructive.
Women too. They say the same thing about women as well. They are less than, and it's only through the power of government can they ever be successful or taken care of, because of equity, because the government, these elites, are prioritizing a certain group of people above everyone else based on an arbitrary political agenda. And today, being a trans woman is more important than being a gay woman, which is more important than being a black man, which is far more better than being a white male straight. It's because it is dehumanizing, is turning people into check boxes, and you have no individual agency, you have no individual capability. You are not responsible for anything. You are just whatever your category is today, and that's all you get. It is insanely evil, in my opinion. Do you think I'm wrong?
Evil's right. I mean, the thing is when you're declaring something evil, I mean, that's a moral judgment, and it's one. I mean, look it was something. Everything that's being said now was something that probably was in a dream 20 years ago. Within
I know it
probably
was.
90% of the population at least. Now it's just like, what do you got? A 50-50 split of parties, basically debating, the most basic moral issues that we used to have. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Well, what do you expect when you have them telling us the social experiment today is there is no definition of what a man or a woman is. It's whatever you feel like. And tomorrow you're a toaster because you said you're a toaster. And everyone should respect that instantly and absolutely without question. And they have to support you on that without question, which, means I have no agency. I am not a human being. I don't get to make choices. Maybe I don't like that person for whatever reason. And it is my right to not like and love everyone. Because maybe I don't want to have a toaster as my significant other. It's a choice. I get to make that choice. They're saying you don't have that choice. You have to respect that. And if the toaster wants to date you, you have to be yes and go with it. No, I'm sorry, I don't. I want to date a woman, not a toaster. I have a preference. Does that sound crazy? I mean, it shouldn't.
No, and it makes sense why they attack those, with religious foundations that actually define a man and a woman, because once you define a man and a woman, they can't have the toaster, and so they have to destroy the religion that basically defines a man and a woman so they can actually please the toaster.
It's I don't understand. And again, this is what they want to be the consequence of 2022. They want more power so that they can force this on you, that they can force you to legalize drugs, so that the community is surrounded by individuals who are addicted to drugs and will destroy the community. They want to reintroduce violent criminals. They want to ignore the economic policies that have made people's lives worse, because they must necessarily skyrocket electricity and energy use so that you will comply with what they want. They are forcing, everything on the progressive agenda is a social experiment that starts and ends with you must obey. That's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see it exactly that way.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line, they destroy everything, and it just requires more government, more power, more authoritarian control to fix the problem. I mean, if you want to treat everybody like they're, for example, if you want to treat everybody who's got brown and black skin as if they're disabled, then basically they're powerless. You take all power away from them, take all agency away from them, all choice away from them. I mean, you're telling them that they're not intelligent enough as a people or a person with a skin color to be able to do anything. And so what do? You do everything for them. I mean, the racism is just it's insane. Look at there's been jokes been done about it, many of times where you can compare, the white supremacists with the woke. And the thing is that the ideology is identical, because it requires, just basically people to be identified as incapable of, their own.
It's 1939's Germany with Joe Biden bathed in red light with the full power of the United States government, screaming at people saying, you must obey. That's what it is. It's the Reichstag speech in Philadelphia. This is what they want more of. This is what they're telling you that you should vote for. This is the direction they think America should be in. Let me ask you one final thing. According to polling, Democrats, all the ads from the Democratic Party at this time is saying that the most important issue facing America is climate change and abortion. The polling also shows that the most important thing, according to American citizens is the economy and all of its various aspects, whether it's inflation, jobs, all of it put together. It's the economy. When you look at people you know, what is the number one thing that you are hearing people say is most important? Is it climate change? Is it Ukraine? Is it abortion? Or is it the economy in some facet?
Oh, it's inflation. It's just the price of everyday things when they go to the store and they're saying it, you know? And that earlier in your program, you mentioned this, where you're talking about how, you know, the talking points are coming out trying to tell people, you know, whose reason inflation is, you know, whose fault it is, or, you know, it's the world inflation, something like that. Or
That's the
but
new
the
thing.
bottom line, huh?
That's the new thing. There,
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, the self-avowed communist, is saying, "Well, it's a problem of the world." Well, it starts somewhere, and it started in America.
Yeah, and this is the thing is that do you think really anybody gives a shit about their explanation or their logic that they're raising? Because the thing is that when a person just goes up and buys a product, they just see, you know, 30, 50% more of what it is. I mean, they can't get around that. So they're trying to say, well, the reason it is because of this. And you're just like, I don't care the reason it is, you know, the way it is, you know? I mean, the bottom line is that one of the problems they have is that I think Republicans, you know, have an answer to why, you know, things cost as much as they do, and Democrats don't. So they actually needed to put something on there saying, well, this is the reason why it's a global thing. And it's like, you know, I mean, Republicans are saying, well, it's your energy policies that you're jacking prices up. It's constant spending that you're doing with all these, you know, bills that you're putting forth and all these green bills that you're saying are their anti-inflation bill that came up, you know. And so they're getting crushed because they know that every single thing that Republicans are countering their policies with, they're getting crushed on. But what are they going to do? They're going to blame the rest of the world. They're going to say, well, it's the rest of the world's fault that it's going. You know, no, it's not. The bottom line is that the United States is the world currency. Everybody has to basically pass dollars through the United States. And the thing is that if the United States continues to pump tons of money out into, pumps more money out there, then guess what happens? You know, the United States is the reason why everything is inflated, you know, because we are the world currency. Now, if all of a sudden we slip down and then, you know, China takes over, another, you know, country has, you know, the world currency, then okay, maybe we can blame them for, you know, some of the economic, you know, pain that's being felt. But no, these policies that we had control, we have control. Our Fed and our, you know, government and our legislation and all the spending that's been done and our policies, you know, have controlled, you know, the inflation in the world. And so we can only blame, you know, our own politicians. And the bottom line is that, you know, the Democrats are going to be on the chopping block this election, and inflation is the number one thing that people care about. And guess what? They're, you know, I mean, if the polls are right, they're definitely going to be, you know, hurting from it.
Well, we would hope so, but I can tell you that Democrats are spending stupidly. Like in the Florida 20 race, $4.2 million is being spent by an incumbent Florida Democrat to tell people that abortion is the most important issue that they need to be looking at, as opposed to a candidate from the Republican side, Drew Montez, Dr. Drew Clark, who was in the race for 3 months, raised $129,000. And this is what Democrats are selling. They're selling abortion. Same thing that we're seeing in the New York 19. Josh Riley is selling abortion. That's his big push.
Yeah, you know, and I just, and it just drives me nuts. I joke, you know, and I had this one joke where basically I was saying that, you know, I was against, you know, partial, you know, what was it? I was against partial birth abortion, you know, being utilized with the chainsaw. And I said the only reason I was against it is because I believe that it should be only utilized by a birthing person with a beard. And the thing was, though, is it has, you know, when you talk to lefters, you know, who are basically completely, you know, up to 9 months, you know, or even, you know, right up to the full term abortion.
Nope, California is 1 month after.
Yeah, within 1 month after. So that basically that sort of provision basically is they would be able to, you know, have self-administered, you know, abortion with a chainsaw. And like I said, it was a joke to me. It's basically saying it should only be performed by a birthing person with a beard because, you know, the utilization of a chainsaw is a masculine tool, and fourth, you need a beard to actually, you know, weld one. And then, you know, they started complaining against me, going, "Hey, guess what? That's just that you're just being a bigot. Anybody should be able to have an abortion with a chainsaw. I'm like, oh, okay, then I'm glad your position is on that point.
Yeah,
So
it's crazy.
no, it is crazy. I mean, the thing is, that's where they stand. I mean, technically, that is legal. I mean, there's nothing prohibiting it. I mean, New York State's already been like that. If you really look at where their stance was and what they did, I believe, with the laws, they did not want any sort of liability, with the doctor having to because what happens too is that what if all of a sudden they perform a C-section kind of abortion and all of a sudden they pop a baby out and live, then they had to justify being able to kill it because it's already born, and that's how they wrote it in New York State because the intent was not to actually perform a C-section for birth, but it was to perform a C-section for death, and it protected the doctors so they can actually kill the baby without actually being held liable for letting it die because it's a live baby, and so that's how they wrote the law. Yeah, and then who knows? I mean, look at I joked before too. Is it's like it's like basically they're saying that now, well, woman, how they define woman is basically, well, I don't even know if they define woman. It's really more birthing person, because the birthing person has the right of the fetus and then of the child to decide, when or if it should live, beyond whatever point that they feel that it should. So if you so if a child causes, any sort of, mental anguish or, kind of, pisses the mother off at any point, then I guess she has full, right to dispatch, the child's life. So I don't know.
It's insanity. It's insanity. But let me
Yeah.
we've been on for a little while. I want to
Yep.
make sure everyone has a chance to speak on the program, and of course, I always enjoy hearing everything you have to say. But I think it's important that we talk about the consequences of this election. It's mind-boggling when you start thinking about it.
Yeah.
So let me move forward, see what else what other people are saying, and I want to thank you for, of course, always being part of the program and letting your voice be heard.
All right. Have a good one, Mike.
All right, Jess. So, just like you heard with Jason, you've heard with Jan and John Cordisco, you too can always call into the program at any time to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us. Maybe we've got it wrong. Maybe we haven't covered something you think is important. Maybe you see the election going a different way. You see different consequences from the news that we are putting out there. Maybe you think it's a great thing that we coddle drug users, that we enable them by providing them with safe injection spaces and where they can get high off of your tax dollar, something that only continues to allow them to use drugs. Maybe you think that's a great idea. Maybe you think it was that Joe Biden should have spent more than $30 million in buying crack pipes to send around this nation. Maybe you thought they should have spent 50. I'd like to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what you think about that. I want to hear about what you think is going to happen with abortion. Democrats have said that they'll only pass abortion if you vote for them. Isn't that coercion? What happens if you don't vote for them? Will they still pass it? Is it still important? Or is it only important as long as they can get votes for it? What do you think? What do you think's going on? We've seen, as I was giving the example in the Florida 20, the New York 19, Democrats are flooding the airwaves with commercials saying that Republicans and those radical Americans are out there and they're trying to flood you with guns and they're trying to steal your rights. By the way, Second Amendment is a right. You have a right to own a firearm. You have a right to own an AR-15, a Ruger Mini 14. You have the right to have a rifle. Hell, they keep ignoring the fact that 732,000 machine guns are owned lawfully in America at this second and have been owned for decades. That Americans own tanks. They own F-15s. That is a fact. They own these things already. And they're not taking away those rights. You can still get a tank if you want a tank. You can own a howitzer if you want to own a howitzer. You can do that. It is legal. Besides the fact that it's the Second Amendment, And even with the National Firearms Act of 1934, this is a reality. But they're telling you that you can't have that. And they want to take that away only if they get Democrats in charge. If it's so important, let me ask you, all these things we've talked about today, if they are so important, why haven't Democrats already passed those laws? They don't need Republicans to vote for this. They have a majority in the House, in the Senate. They have the White House. They don't need Republicans, and they have proven this. They have voted all down the line, Democrats all in favor, and voted for these things, other things, and they have passed them. They don't need Republicans to pass this. So if they thought it's so damn important, why are they blackmailing you into voting to get them? If it is so critical for America, why do they have to get your vote first before they take action? It's a serious question, and I would ask that of every progressive out there. Before anyone makes a vote, whether it's with your mail-in ballot or in person, ask every single Democrat that's running, that is in charge of the Congress, that's in the Senate, even in your local races, ask them, why do I have to vote Democrat to get something you're telling me is absolutely necessary when you have control? New York State is run by Democrats, by progressive Democrats at that. Why do we need to reelect them to get them to do what they're telling us is absolutely essential? It's a simple question. Because I have to believe it's not essential. If it was, they would have passed it. Instead, they want to do other things. They want to spend your money in other ways. They want to keep on spending. They want the problems, because as long as there's a problem, they get to have power. That's one of the reasons why I believe, and we were talking about this earlier, why is there the whole thing about race and racism in America in 2022? Because it makes money and it keeps power. Because you wouldn't know who Al Sharpton was if, like the 1980s, from 1985 until about 2000, Al Sharpton was a joke. Why? Because racism wasn't an issue in America. It became an issue in America when Barack Obama said it was an issue and that we had to deal with it, even though we had already dealt with it, which is why he was a senator and why he became president and got elected twice, because we dealt with the issue. It wasn't a problem. Not to say it's perfect. It wasn't a problem. That's why Kamala is sitting in the White House, because it's not a problem. We've already dealt with it. But they need the problem. They need BLM screaming and rioting and protesting and burning down your homes and your businesses to make you think there's a problem. The same reason why they need Russia to be the bad guy, why they have to say inflation is a global problem, not a Biden policy issue, because it has to be someone else. It has to be someone else's fault. It has to be another problem. Otherwise, you won't vote for them. And if there is a progressive out there that thinks I am wrong, I am happy to hear your voice. You can call into 607-242-1582. If you are a Democrat running for an elected office, like Josh Riley, like Donna Lepardo, like Kathy Hochul, Antonio Delgado, I have invited you onto this program for years. I continue to invite you onto this program even now. I will be happy to hear any of you. I will give any of these Democrats, any politician who is on the ballot, I will give you as much time as you need to answer these questions. I can't make it any simpler. Prove me wrong. Tell me how I misunderstand. Eric Adams, I again invite you. You have the Chinese government operating a police station out of the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I am more than happy to hear you explain to me why you are allowing that to happen. I'll give you as much time as you need. You tell me that you're telling the American people you need $1 billion of our tax dollars to pay for 17,000 illegal aliens. A problem that you now tell us is resolved, that Joe Biden has fixed it. It's no longer an issue. According to, where is it? Is this? Nope. There it is. According to Eric Adams, New York no longer has an illegal alien problem. Although New York State itself, as we showed you last week on this program, has at least 500,000 to somewhere around 1 million illegal aliens. But the problem is now gone, just in time for the election. But the illegal aliens are still in New York City, Eric Adams. Can you tell us what you're doing? Where'd that money go? Or do you still need the money? What's happening? Because it doesn't make sense. But they didn't want us so busy, so upset about the latest problem, the latest issue, that they don't want us to think. Just obey. And that's a problem. Because elections aren't about obeying. They're about thinking, about deciding who's the most effective and efficient person to represent your values. Not for you to follow them, but for them to follow you. And I know Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wants to dance rather than address. She doesn't take you seriously. She wants to dance and laugh at her constituents as they tell her the problems that they want her to address. They're telling her what she should do because that's her job. That's the obligation. And I know you've seen the video as well as I have. It's on Twitter of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez dancing as constituents tell her what they want her to do in Congress, and she is laughing at them. They're her boss. We are their bosses. It's not the other way around. Let me go back to some of the comments. So we've been talking about a bunch of things here. So Jan mentions that she saw Rachel Levine elected into the National Academy of Medicine. Okay, that's interesting. User has been banned with one of his jokes, mentions we could use meth addicts to use exercise bikes to generate power. That's an unconventional idea. I'll give you that, user has been banned. That's different. The Second Amendment doesn't ban personal use. Yes, it does. User has been banned. You cannot have a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon is a weapon of the military. The Second Amendment allows you to have any firearm, not that the military would use, military grade. And there's an argument within this Second Amendment community on whether or not could you own a nuke, could you not? I would say no, because that's considered a weapon of mass destruction on a national scale, not an individual self-defense. But it's an argument. But you can have a tank because that is personal self-defense. You can have an F-15. You can. That is self-defense, especially against our own government. Nukes, not so much. But that's my point of view on that. You could think I'm wrong. You know, today we've been talking about something that I think is the most important. Folks, there are millions of people in various states that are about to send in mail-in ballots. There are millions of people who are going to vote, and I hope millions even more. I hope more than 4 out of 10 people are going to vote in this election. And let me make this very clear. If you are part of the 6 out of 10 people who historically do not vote in midterm elections, that is a problem. Because those 6 out of 10 people do not exist. You have no voice. You are non-existent. If you do not vote, you don't count. That is a fact. So you must, if you want your opinion to count at all, to matter to anyone, you must vote. Even if you're voting for Mickey Mouse, you're voting for Donald Duck, you're going to vote for, I don't care, anyone. Write in whatever name you want. Put in your grandma. I don't care. But if you don't vote, you don't count. And politicians are absolutely counting on the fact that you won't show up. Yeah, they know 4 out of 10 of you will. And that's where they're spending the money on. They spend the money on the 4 out of 10 that actually do show up. But everyone else, they don't care because you don't vote. So you don't matter. Your issues don't matter. If 70% of America, as every poll continues to say, believes the economy is the issue, but the only people who are showing up to vote are progressives who are saying it's abortion is the issue, guess what? They're going to vote on passing laws about abortion. They're going to codify Roe v. Wade, and they're going to work on climate change, but they're not going to care about the economy. And you're going to pay, I don't know, $6, $7, $8 for gas. You're going to pay $20 for chopped meat. You won't have eggs and butter because they're not going to focus on that because you didn't vote. That's important. You have to vote. If nothing else you take away from this program, go out and vote. Whomever you vote for, please have a reason to vote for them. It doesn't have to be my reason. It doesn't have to be the reason from CNN or MSNBC. Please, please, oh God, don't make it the reason you saw in a 30-second ad just before you voted. Don't do that. Have a reason. Maybe it's because you asked your politicians, what is America doing to bring home the people in Afghanistan, the American citizens that were abandoned for over a year by the Biden-Harris administration and General Milley. Those Americans, somewhere between 200 and 5,000 Americans, have been abandoned, and you asked your politician, what are they going to do about it? And based on the answer they gave you, you decided to make your vote. Maybe it's the 10,000 Americans that are in the Ukraine right now that the Biden administration told, figure out your way home. Go home. Figure it out for yourself. The American government, as Joe Biden said to Lester Holt on NBC News, he said he's not going to go and save anyone. He's abandoning those Americans too, just like he abandoned the ones in Afghanistan. He is making it a tradition, it is a policy of his to leave Americans wherever they are and let them fend for themselves. He is abandoning the core issue of what government is there for. So maybe you'll vote on that. Maybe you believe that late-term abortion at the moment of birth, or as some states are now considering, even a month after birth, or if you don't agree with that, maybe that's why you're going to vote. Maybe you're going to vote on trying to afford the food, keep your job. Maybe, I don't know, there could be 1,000 things you could be voting on. But don't make it something based on a commercial. And most of all, don't let it go by without having your vote involved. Let me take a look here because I missed some of the comments. User has been banned says, definitely vote and look into the propositions on the ballots. Look at the bills themselves, not activist sites. Read the bills themselves. Read it for yourself. Trust me, I have to pull out a dictionary every so often. I have a large vocabulary. I'm well versed in the English language. And when I read bills in Congress in New York State, I have to sometimes pull out a thesaurus or a dictionary to try and figure out what the hell they're talking about because it's not in English. It doesn't make sense. And take the time to read it so that you can understand the consequences. Because they don't. Look at Louisiana. I showed you. They're going to install slavery and indentured servitude. It's on the ballot in Louisiana, in Oregon. They're actually creating a legal stance for slavery and forced slavery, indentured servitude. It's on the ballot in Louisiana, in Oregon. Read the propositions. Don't trust me. Don't take my word for it. Don't take the word of the newspaper as I showed it to you. Do your own homework. Make your own decision on that. If you think it's a great idea for them to have slavery and indentured servitude, fantastic. You vote for that. I wouldn't. I want to show it to you again. I have it here somewhere. Where do I have it? There it is. Here it is. Louisiana's Constitution. The amendment would change the wording to slavery and involuntary servitude are prohibited, but this does not apply to lawful administration of criminal justice. If you are convicted of a crime in Louisiana, according to the statute, if you vote for it, you can become a slave or an indentured servant. That's what that says. I will even quote them. They say, this argument is an example of why it's so important to get the language right when presenting constitutional amendments to voters. Think about that. Tennessee has the same language. They're going to create, because they're not thinking about the consequences. They haven't thought it through. You have to. That's why you need to vote. Jan says, I have voted in every local, state, and federal election since I was 18. Voting is our voice. It absolutely is. It is your right. It is not an obligation. It is a right. No one can force you to do it, nor can they force you to vote for anybody. You need to vote. And it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, a Libertarian, a conservative, a progressive, a Democrat. You can vote for the best person you think. And if that person isn't on the ballot, write their name in. That is your right. User has been banned mentions that we are looking at Congress spending $1.5 billion for climate change. This is crazy. It's insane, folks. This is why it's so important. Why does your vote matter? Why does every vote matter? Because in Tennessee, Oregon, and Louisiana, they're trying to create slavery. They're trying to legalize creating slaves. And all it takes is for you to be convicted of a crime. They're also trying to make it a crime to say something that is unapproved. The government wants to create censorship. Remember the Disinformation Governance Board? The government will decide what you legally can and cannot say. And if they can decide what you can and cannot say, and it is a crime to say something they don't agree with, then you are subject to the change in law that said now you can be an indentured servant. You have involuntary servitude, slavery. Think about that. Louisiana is going to say, oh, it's a crime to disagree with the government, even though it's a violation of your First Amendment right. And because you've been convicted of a crime of saying something they think is too much, you've been insensitive. You created a microaggression. And now you're a criminal. And according to Louisiana and Tennessee and Oregon, that means you can be a slave. Think about it. You say, Mike, that's just crazy. That couldn't possibly happen. Except that's the law they're passing. That's what they are. That's what you're voting on. That is exactly the consequence they are putting in place. Because you will be convicted. Maybe because of a red flag law. You've been convicted of a red flag action. You didn't break any law. Someone complained, and this is why 70% of people who learn about red flag laws oppose them. You didn't do anything wrong. Your neighbor is pissed at you because you didn't mow the lawn that they want the way they wanted you to. That you didn't rake up the leaves that were blowing into their yard. And so they call a red flag action against you. And the state's more than happy to do it because they're getting paid because of Joe Biden's bipartisan Safer Communities Act. They're paying the state to actually take away your rights and freedoms. And you don't get to have anyone protect you. That's what red flag laws do. You have no due process. They will take your property and take away your rights and make and stigmatize you in your community. You can't go to your kid's school anymore. You can't go to certain functions in the public because you are a criminal. And then, according to Louisiana, Tennessee, and Oregon, because you're a criminal, you can be forced into slavery. That's on the ballot in 2022. You don't have to agree with my conclusion. That's what they wrote. That's what they can do. They will tell you that's not what they mean. Well, that's fantastic. They can tell me that's not what they mean, but what they wrote and what the law will allow is entirely different. They told me you're going to have a right to against the red flag laws. No one's going to use that against you politically, and yet they're doing it. What they tell you and what they do are not the same thing. They have it on the ballot. Slavery would be allowed. All you have to do is be a criminal, and then they will allow it. And red flag laws make you a criminal. That's just one example. There are others. Jan says, Mike, can I get your opinion on an amendment we have on the ballot that I don't fully understand? Absolutely. Ask away, Jan. I don't know which one you're talking about, but tell me which amendment it is, and I'll be happy to give you my opinion. Users Been Banned says, isn't that the same state where they say, don't like the police, call a crackhead? Well, yeah. If you don't have police, who are you going to call? The only other person is a crackhead, maybe a Crip, a Blood, one of the gangs in their local area, MS-13, Latin Kings. Maybe you'll call up the biker gangs because they are resurging. Hell's Angels is coming back. Matter of fact, if one of my sources is correct, the Hell's Angels are about to get into a gang war. Can't confirm that, but my sources are saying they're about to start a gang war. And by the way, that's going to be in southern New York. Crazy. Amendment 2 in West Virginia. Let me look that up for you, Jan. Jan, is this West Virginia Amendment to authorize tax exemptions for vehicles and personal property used for business measures in 2022? I assume that's what you mean. So, and by the way, folks, you can always ask me any question. I'm always happy to answer any of your questions. Okay, so this is the bill. And this is an amendment to authorize tax exemptions for vehicles and personal property used for a business. So you get to write off using your car and your property if you have a business. That's the technical reading of the title. Okay. A yes vote supports amending the West Virginia Constitution to authorize state legislature to exempt personal property, machines, equipment, inventory, used for business activity, and personal motor vehicle tax, property tax. Okay. To authorize state. Okay, so this is just a very quick reading of this, and I haven't read the bill itself. But my initial reading of this is that this would be a good thing. You want to authorize, it means less taxes. Why would the governor wants a no vote? Well, okay. So, and again, I'm doing a quick reading. I haven't read the entire bill. So, and Ballotpedia is a neutral source. So, I'm going off of their definition, as you can see on the screen right now, of what the measure does. It is good for small businesses because a small business would be able to write off using their car to make deliveries, as an example, If you have an internet-based business, you write off your computer, the software you use, internet, your monthly internet bill, maybe your phone. So that's good for small business. It cuts their cost. So I'm in favor of that. I'm a small business. I would love to write off. I spend thousands of dollars a year on my business. This is a business. Between the cameras, the computers, the software, the internet, trying to keep it up and keep it going, keeping the sites going. I spend thousands of dollars a year. I would love to not pay taxes on that. But New York State, of course, wants me to pay taxes on it. So it's good for a small business, which means that would help the economy, help more small businesses. There are 70% of all jobs come from small businesses. If small businesses aren't spending money on taxes, they can hire more people. They can upgrade their business. That is good for the economy. I like that. Why wouldn't the governor vote for that? The governor would say, well, the government wants more taxes because the government is spending more money. So they need more money. They need more money from you. They need to take more of your money so they can spend it on giving it to illegal aliens, like in New York State, where appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, spent $2 billion of our tax dollars to give it to illegal aliens. That's a fact. She gave them checks for $17,500 apiece because of the pandemic. $2 billion. New York State is $8 billion in debt. She spent $2 billion giving your money to illegal aliens. So she needs more taxes. That's why in New York State, I get taxed on the equipment I use for the business. So I would say on this cursory reading, and I would need to read the full ballot initiative to make sure, but based on this reading, I support it. Now, Jan, you're saying if this could be as much as 25% of personal taxes. That's 25% more money going into the pockets of people in West Virginia. That's 25% of money going into the local community and small businesses. This is a positive. I support that. I'll be happy to read the actual ballot initiative and try and get back to you, Jan. But based on what it's saying, the question is, do we want to give more money to the government or keep it for you? I will always be in favor of you keeping more money and less money for the government. You are smarter with your money than the government will ever be. You will spend your money better, and it will help your community more directly if you spend the money rather than the government spending the money. So, I don't care that the governor is Republican or the Senate or Republican. I don't care. The question to me isn't about the politics, the politicians. The question for me is, who is best served? Is the community, your community or the state, better served by me having more money or by the government having more money? The government wastes money. We know that for a fact. Every government, local, state, federal, wastes money. The government is inefficient. The government does nothing well. Everything the government has ever done costs more money than whatever they tell you it will cost. That is a fact. There is nothing that the government does that comes in under budget, which is why we spend more money every year, year after year. That is a fact. It will always be better for you to have more money and the government have less. I will always say that. So that's the way I would read it, and that's the way I understand it, and that's how I would feel about West Virginia's law. I can read it again, and I'll be happy to read it over in more detail to make sure that I haven't missed anything. And if user has been banned, great example. We spend $20,000 for a hammer. The government spends $10,000 for an ashtray. They spend $30,000 for a toilet. I mean, our government spends money they spent $500,000 to put a shrimp on a treadmill. They put a shrimp on a treadmill and fed the shrimp cocaine, and they spent $500,000 on that. Are you kidding me? This is our government wastes money like no one else. They will spend money on the most useless things in the world. So, yeah, less money for the government is always good for the people. I mean, think about it. If you have 25% more money, and assuming that you're paying your bills at the moment, say your bills are all paid, and that means you have 25% more money to maybe go out to the local restaurant and have a meal, which pays for maybe a bartender, that pays for maybe your waitress or your host. It pays for the cook in the back room. It pays for the stock boy, whoever's stocking the stock room. It pays for the owner. It pays for the electricity of that business. That's money that they wouldn't have otherwise. And you can take that to your local food, pet food. You know, you have 25% more money. You can get your pet an extra toy. Maybe it's a little squeaky toy that you couldn't get before because you didn't have the money. And that means your pet dog, your pet cat has an extra squeaky toy. They're happy. You're happy. That small mom and pop pet store now has more money. Their employees are happy. The business that created that squeaky toy has one more sale. That helps them. That helps their employees. That's better. It's always better when you have the money and the government has less. Every time. And yes, user has been banned mentions. They should have a YouTube video of the shrimp on the treadmill getting fed cocaine for $500,000. It would be one of the top videos easily. But this is what 2022 is about, folks. It's these amendments. Think about that. If you're in West Virginia, if you've never read the amendment, if you don't vote, think about this. You're a small business owner in West Virginia. If you work for a small business owner, which is probably true. If you're not a small business owner, you probably work for a small business owner in West Virginia, as an example. And if they get to have 25% more money, your odds of getting a raise are higher. Your business for them staying in business is more likely, which means you have more job security and you have a potential to get more pay. Gee, do you want that small business? You don't even have to own the small business. You're the employee. And because that small business has more money now, they have 25% more money, then that business is 25% more stable, and you have 25% more chance of getting a raise. Why wouldn't you want that small business to have that money? Because businesses are evil, right? Because progressives told you businesses are evil. They're evil corporations only about greed, and you have to take everything away from them, which means they want to take away your job. They want to take away your potential for a raise. They want to take away your potential for being your own boss because businesses are evil. John Cordisco says, the answer to all our problems, Stacey Abrams. Well, John, if you watch Star Trek Discovery, that's what they think, which is why Star Trek Discovery has 0 ratings. No one watches it because it's about virtue signaling. Because when you stop virtue signaling and you actually think about it, it makes sense. And Jan, I'm thankful that you gave me an example that I can show people. This is about your voting. If you don't vote for this, you have less of a chance of getting a raise. You have more of a chance of your business closing down and losing your job. Gee, do you think you might want to vote in West Virginia? Do you think you might want to vote for helping small businesses stay in existence? But if you don't vote, and the only people who do vote are progressives that want to take money away from businesses, they want to redistribute wealth. They want the government to decide who will and will not get paid so that they can pay illegal aliens your taxes, like they want to do in New York City with Eric Adams. They want to take $1 billion and give it to illegal aliens. If you want that, well, then you don't have to vote. Just let the progressives vote. And then when you're out of work and when you don't get the raise and you can't afford food because of the food shortage and inflation has driven up the price, so you can't buy meat and eggs, you can't get milk for your kids, well, then you can beg the government to give you some of that money they gave to the illegal aliens. And if the progressives like your color of skin, if they like your gender, if they like your sexual preference, then maybe you'll be on the list to get some of that money too. Gee, when you think about it, which one would you prefer? User has been banned. You went down the rabbit hole all on your own. Trust me, it doesn't take much to send you down the rabbit hole. I've seen your comments, many of them. That's not me. But it is a funny joke about shrimp on the English countryside. You know what, John? John Cordisco says Stacey Abrams has her thumb on the pulse of the nation. No, she may have her hand around the throat of the nation. I'll say that. She may have her thumb up the butthole of the nation, but she doesn't have it on the pulse of the nation, that's for sure. Because literally, we just went through, and Jan gave us a great opportunity to understand why businesses, small businesses, but businesses are important, and why you need to support them, and why them having more money is good for you. Because no one in the left is going to tell you, oh yeah, that small business, because they have more money, that means you have a chance to get a raise. You know, maybe you want that $15, $25 an hour. They can't do it unless they have more money. And they're telling you, no, you need a minimum wage to get that. No, what you need is the business to make money. And if they make money, you have a potential to make money. And that means you have job security. But they want to take that away from you because that's the consequence of what they're talking about. They want to close that business because they tell you that business is evil, which means if you lose your business, if you can't afford the food because of inflation, you have to beg the government to give you the money. And the government will never give you something without taking something from you. You will always lose in that exchange. And if you are dependent on the government to make sure you can feed yourself and your kids, you will never be able to do anything else. Yeah, Democrats have gone too far. They're insane. And I'm being honest. And I would love to hear any progressive dispute what I've just said. I would be happy to hear them try and argue that I'm wrong. That small businesses should have less money and should take away your ability to get a raise, should take away your ability to have job security because the government's going to spend the money better than your small business. Because we've never seen the government. I've been alive 54 years, nearly 55. The government has never spent anything well. They have never come under budget on anything that they have ever done. They waste money like sailors drink alcohol on shore leave. That's a fact. And in 2022, you have a choice to vote for that, for what Democrats are promising, which is taking away businesses, to shrink businesses, to make you more dependent on the government. You can vote for that, or you can vote against that. Whether that means you vote for a libertarian, a Republican, a conservative, you could vote for the Green Party. You can write in a name, any name. I don't care. Write my name. Write Donald Duck. Write John Cordisco. Write any name you want. Just so that you did vote and you let them know you don't agree. It's your choice. And you have that choice. And if you don't vote, you don't have a choice. If you don't vote, you have no choice. You have no power. And you will wind up absolutely being a slave. Economically, sociopolitically, you will be at the behest of whoever's in charge doing whatever they say you have to do. Yeah, kind of like Kim Jong-un. Kind of like what Kim Jong-un does. Yeah. John says he doesn't want to be president. Okay, so don't write in John Cordisco's name. Write in my name. Write in user has been banned. Write in Kenshi Moro or Rurouni Kenshin. Yes, that's anime. I watch a lot of anime. You know, put in one of those guys. Just so they know. So they know that you're paying attention. So that you can keep them honest. So that they know someone is holding them accountable for what they are doing. It's so important. No. John mentions Pat Paulson for president. Do I remember that? No, I do not. I remember Ron, what's his name, with the big ears? I have his name. It was back in the Clinton-Bush election. Not Ron Paul. He had the big ears. What's his name? You know, I know his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. He was a businessman. Short guy. Ross Perot. That's it. Couldn't think of it for a second there. You know, I tell you guys, it's important. All jokes aside, and whether you agree with my politics or not, that's perfectly fine. Please vote in this election. Early voting is coming up. I don't agree, by the way, just to let you know, I don't agree with early voting. I think it's absolutely abysmal. They'll tell you early voting is important because more people will vote. That's not true. Early voting doesn't mean more people vote. It just means they're going to vote at a different time. That's the reality of it. Because either you're going to vote or you won't vote. We've never had a problem with people voting on election day. So I don't like, but that's not my main reason why I don't like early voting. I don't like early voting is because if you vote, say early voting starts tomorrow, October 24th, and you vote, and then in the next week, there's an October surprise. Maybe there's another laptop that we find that came from Hunter Biden because he seems to leave his stuff everywhere. And he left another laptop. And this time it is accepted by the New York Times, as well as the New York Post, as well as the rest of the major media. And maybe in that second laptop, we find out that there is proof that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, that they were all colluding with, I don't know, Russia, North Korea, China, wherever, Venezuela, and that they all were in a business deal together, or that they all went down to Epstein's Island on the same plane, and they all took part in pedophilia. I'm giving you examples. Yes, they are extreme and they're unlikely, but the point is, in that 2 weeks, you've made your vote. You don't get to change it. You've already voted. And now you find out that the people, like in this example, say it's Josh Riley, or it's Donald Lapardo, it could be Jason Garnar, it could be Adam Schiff or Eric Swalwell, that they all dated foreign spies, that they all dated the same Fen Chinese spy. Yes, that means some of them would be involved in lesbian sex. Doesn't matter. But they all dated that same Chinese spy or a different Chinese spy. Would that change your vote? Then why not wait? I mean, if you can't, if you know for a fact you're going into surgery, you're going to be leaving the country, yes, early voting has its purpose. And if you wouldn't otherwise be able to vote, I understand it. But wait as long as you can. Absorb all the news that you can. Think about the issues that are going to affect your life, like Jan did with the West Virginia and the Amendment 2, like Louisiana and what they're proposing in Louisiana, which is slavery. Read the bills. Make your own decision. Take your time. Don't just rush out and early vote because you saw a commercial that looked really good. Don't do that. Figure it out for yourself. Don't pay attention to the commercials. Look at what they are actually saying. Look at what they're actually going to do. As in the case of Louisiana and Oregon and Tennessee, they are going to create slavery. They're going to create involuntary servitude. All they have to do is just call you a criminal, and then you can be a slave. That's what they're doing, not what they're telling you they're going to do. They're going to tell you it's good for you. This is good for you. Does it sound like turning people into slaves? Is that a good thing? We fought a civil war. We passed tens of thousands of laws. Slavery's bad. We all agree. They want to create slavery. I don't care how they want to word it. Read the bill for yourself. But if the wording is that they are going to create slavery if you are deemed a criminal, I do not agree with that. If you don't agree with that, you better vote. Because if you don't, in Louisiana, Tennessee, and Oregon, you could be called a criminal and they will make you a slave. That's what the law lets them do. If I can't motivate you to vote, there's a reason right there. Go out and vote. If you want to keep your job, then in West Virginia, go out and vote. If you work for a small business, if you own a small business, you better go out and vote. I can't make it any more direct than that. John says, October surprise, Joe Biden was faking this whole time. He's really mentally competent. That would be an October surprise, and I'd love to see that. I would also, like User Has Been Banned has said, I would love to be Hunter Biden's electronics salesman. Can you imagine how many cell phones that man has lost? If he's losing laptops, how many cell phones has he lost? God only knows. It'd be great to be his salesman at Verizon or whichever one, and selling him cell phones. You'd be making a fortune off of commission. But none of this sounds that unlikely. This isn't conjecture. I'm looking at consequences based on what they are writing in the law. I'm looking at the consequences of the policy they are putting in place. It's not flashy and it's not quick. It takes more than 30 seconds like in an ad, but the ad isn't telling you what's important. They're not trying to tell you what. They're not trying to tell you why. They're telling you obey with flashy lights. That's it. Ooh, look at the imagery. Ooh, vote yes. Vote for me. That's not an answer. Jan says, Mike, my roommate says that this amendment takes away local county control of the tax. State would have full control of the revenue. Well, yes and no. You see, the important thing that I read, and going back to Jan, who's asking us about the West Virginia amendment on authorizing tax exemptions, the key word here is exemption, that you do not pay tax. Yes, the local county will not get as much tax. The state of West Virginia will not get as much tax. But you, the citizen, will get more money. You get to keep more of your money. And that, while the county is still state government, it's still government, and government wastes money. Yes, the county will have less money, but the people will have more money. They will have more job security, and potentially at least some of them will get more raises. That's always better. I don't want government spending more money. I don't want them to have more programs. I don't want them to create another program to take care of the poor because they made us poor. So I understand what your roommate is saying. I understand. The local county won't be able to spend money the way they want to. And the state is going to spend money a certain way. But I don't want either of them. I don't want the state government or the county government to have the money in the first place. I don't want them to make more and more programs on how to coddle people from cradle to grave. I don't want them to be able to micromanage lives more. I want less of that. I want the government to be out of our pockets, because you can spend money on what you need far better than any government can. And you will be able to promote businesses in your area far better than they ever could. You could donate money. Another example, if you have more money, then you can donate more money to veteran shelters, for the homeless, to help feed people who are hungry and in need, soup kitchens. You can do that if you have more of your money. If the government has more of your money, they're going to give that money in a grant to Sean King. They're going to give that money in a grant to BLM, and they're going to go out and buy a dog or a mansion. And if you think I'm wrong on that, BLM got $90 million donations and grants. You can't point to one thing that they have done to improve the black community. Sean King, who is supposed to be a champion of the left, of progressivism, has gotten hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and he's bought himself $40,000 dog. Can you point to anything that Sean King did that helped anyone who isn't Sean King or Sean King's family? You can't. And the government is more than willing to give BLM and Citizen Action, progressive leaders of tomorrow, they're more than willing to give the far left more and more money for new programs to take care of you, which they will never do. You will never receive the benefit. Sorry. No, I don't want the government. I don't want these other organizations to get this money. I want to spend it. With that said, I will also mention that you can donate to the channel on YouTube, Facebook. You can donate at our PayPal for the time being, because it helps us pay our bills. Again, that's your money. If you have an extra, West Virginia, you've got an extra 25%, you can donate $5 or $1, 50 cents. It all adds up. Unless, and there's one caveat here, if you are a white progressive who believes in white guilt and you want to apologize for your white guilt, you need to send me half your paycheck. If you are a white progressive who believes in critical race theory, you need to send me half your paycheck. If you are a leftist progressive that believes in intersectionality, if you believe in racial justice, social justice, any kind of justice that's modified by another word, you need to send me half your paycheck. Because I'm a black Hispanic. Whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. I am a black Hispanic. I am a small business owner. I am poor. So send me half your paycheck. Because if you don't, then you're a liar. If you don't send me half your paycheck and you're sending your paycheck to Sean King or BLM, you're a liar. They're not using your money for anything positive. I'm at least using it in my community. I'm using it for my business. Why are you going to donate to a program that never gives black people the money, instead buys themselves mansions, when you can give it directly to a black Hispanic who will use it to pay for the very things you see me doing? You may not like it, but that's what your progressive ideology says you should be doing. You should redistribute your wealth to me. Give me half of your progressive paycheck. Everyone else, donate $1. I think that's as fair as I can make it. Because that's what the progressive ideology tells you should do. And if you're a good progressive, if you truly believe in being a progressive, and you happen to be white, then you should be sending me half your paycheck. Because that's what a progressive requires. That's what their ideology tells you you have to do. Those aren't my words. That isn't my ideology. I'm a Republican. So, but I hope, Jan, that this makes sense for your roommate, or at least my reasoning. Again, I'm not telling your roommate to vote for them or not. This is my reason. This is my understanding of the bill. And I understand their reasoning. Now, this is the kind of conversation you should have in your local community. This is a conversation we should see happening across this nation. And if more people who are watching this program will send me the bills from everywhere across the nation, I will be happy. If there are amendments and proposals and propositions on every single ballot across the nation, I would be happy to spend days reading through every single one of those and going through them like I am right now with Jan in West Virginia and talking to people about this is what I read it to be. This is why I think it's either good or bad. You can make up your own mind. Jan, your roommate can make up their own mind and say, well, I'd rather have the state have full control or have the local county have control or give it to the people. Let the people, the small business owners, have more control. They can vote however they want. But this is a conversation that should be happening across this nation. Because you can't get a 30-second answer and say, well, it's done. I've answered every question. It's done. You can't watch a commercial and get an answer. Not going to happen. You have to think about it. Because if you're not just going to blindly obey, you have to weigh where you land on this. What is the good and bad of the idea? Yeah. Again, Jan, I will be happy to read the whole thing to get a complete answer on that. If it changes my opinion, I'll definitely do a video just to address that. But again, this is not, I don't expect an immediate answer. And quite honestly, I'm not trying to give you the answer because then you're just listening to me. I am trying to give you my reasoning that this is what I'm reading and this is how I understand it. And this is what I think is the best. Your roommate isn't wrong about where the control of the money goes. My answer is the control is always best with the person, as close to that individual American citizen as possible. The more government control and interference, the worse that money is going to be used, the less beneficial it is. So that's my main focus. That's my main understanding. I will read it again to make sure that that is in fact what it is saying, and I will read it properly to make sure I'm reading it correctly. But that's what my initial thought is. But no matter what I say, I want you to still think and read it through yourself and make sure. So that's why I say this is important, folks. These are important decisions. They will change people's lives. You need to have conversations. You need to read it through for yourself. And then ultimately, you need to make up your mind. No one else can do it for you. And no one else should do it for you. And just blindly going in and just going straight down the line, I'm voting party line straight down the line, is never going to be the best answer. Not unless you have a reason for each and every one of those people you vote for. You got to have a reason. You got to know why. Otherwise, you're just a puppet. Otherwise, why did you even come out and vote? But Jen, and again, I'm going to look it over again, and I'm going to, I'll probably do a video on it to go through what I've read to give you a more full answer on that, because I don't want to leave you halfway. Again, I know this was brief, so I wanted you to understand my reasoning, but I definitely want to look into this for you. And again, I'm happy to do that for anyone in any proposition or bill anywhere in the nation. I'll be happy to go through them all. I think it's that important that I would actually go through every single ballot, every proposition, every amendment on every ballot in this nation. I will happily spend the next 2 weeks up until Election Day going through every single proposition and every single amendment in every single state and every single election in this nation. If that will help people go out and vote, I will be happy to do that because it's that important. Yeah, and again, it helps. It always helps to hear more research, more. Of course, it's always your final decision, but it never hurts to reach out. And this is why, I do it too. Trust me. There's been more than a few bills that I've gone out and I've said, you know what? I need to talk. I ask a couple of my friends who are lawyers, because of the language. Am I reading that right? Does it have the right meaning? Do not feel embarrassed. I have pulled out a thesaurus and I've pulled out a dictionary before so that I can read the bill and say, does that make sense? Am I reading right? Is that the same meaning I think it means? Because sometimes these things don't. But we need to do this, folks. And if there's no greater example of that, as Jan was saying, there's West Virginia's Amendment 2, and there also happens to be the slavery issue, which is in Louisiana, Oregon, and Tennessee. You know what? Vote. This is a big deal, folks. Slavery is a big deal. Taxes, big deal. We're in a recession. It's a big deal. You need to vote. Can't make it more explicit than that. But with that, we've been on, oh my God, it's been almost 5 hours. We got 10 minutes. So before anything else, I want to take a moment and I want to show you guys, I want to give out a thank you. And it'll take a second here. Come on. I really need to get this lined up before I actually do the show, but here we go. Yeah. And by the way, the list of people who are on our thank you. Where is this? No sound? Do I have sound? Yes. Okay. Oh, wow. I lost the sound. Okay. That's bad. Give me a second, folks. I'm trying to pull up something for you. And just a technical error on my side. Bear with me, bear with me. There. Mm-hmm. Why is that not? I know you've heard it before. Nope. Why is that not making sound? Well, there's a screw up on my technology for some reason. Don't know why. But the technology's all screwed up. Is this it? Nope. Not it. Okay, well, let me just cut to the chase here. I want to thank people. I don't know why it's not acting properly, but I want to thank people who are on this list. And this list and the names are growing. And Jan, this version I pulled up isn't showing it. But again, I want to thank everybody who has donated to the program because you guys make all the difference. You make it worthwhile. You help this program every week and help us to keep our lights on and to keep doing this and help me fix the technology because, as you can see, sometimes there's a mistake. But I love that, and I love you guys. And thank you for putting up. It's a live show, so sometimes things go wrong. Yep, technical difficulties. It's live. We're doing it live. So sometimes things go wrong. It happens. No worries. But I appreciate and I thank each and every one of you, every week for being here to take time away from the football games, to take away time from your Kardashians and Netflix to Hulu, to spend time to talk about the issues that are important, that are affecting us all, that affect the world, because we all live in this world. And if we can make it better by having a conversation, it's time well spent. I want to thank you, each and every one of you. I hope that you're going to be well. Remember, don't vote too early. Definitely pay attention to the issues and consider the consequences, because the politicians absolutely aren't. I thank you. I love you. I'll talk to you again very, very soon.